Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Tools of spoon to get your information. Tools of spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Tools of spoon to get your
Okay, tune to Spoon to get your information, tune to Spoon to know what's happening across Liberia, to know what's happening at the ministries, the agencies, to know what the policymakers are doing. Tune to Spoon. This is where you get the news. This is where you get critical view, critical analysis on the happenings across the country every single day. Spoon is where we bring you face to face with the policymakers. We give you the time to engage with the very people who are making decisions at high levels across different sectors in government. Tune to Spoon, because this is where we give a voice to the ordinary people. We give them the platform where they can air their views and be able to weigh in their thoughts on the different happenings across the country. I'd like to say welcome. Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. This is Liberia's biggest news network. This is where you get the news. This is where Liberians run every single day at about this time to get authentic information. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bon County. Many thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew County, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, Radio Yalaman in Seklepi in Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country. We're here tonight. My name is Nelson Colette, and of course, we're live online as well. Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. Many thanks to the folks on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, joining us tonight. Kindly share the program as you join us tonight as we move across to hear from Liberians tonight. I'd like to say welcome, everybody. I see Mr. Dwalu is already here. At some point, we're going to take your calls and all of that. Mr. Dwalu, welcome to the show. I see the one and only Boom Breaker is rolling his sleeves. He said I should bring him on, but he can bring himself on.
Man, you don't put into that. He tried to beat me up.
I was here before you, but you see, he brought you on and he didn't bring me on, so he made you the win today.
What's up, Duadu? How Miami?
Yeah, Duadu, I saw how much you make my man. My head is hurting. Is that what? Is that every 6 months or 1 year?
No, see how I saw the interview today.
Duadu. Duadu, let me send it to you. Please put it up.
Oh,
yeah. Duadu.
And then no privacy in the country again.
No privacy, my man. No privacy.
I'm working for government.
Duadu is making 219,000 per year. Not 291,000. 291,000.
I can carry us more.
Plus, the average additional pay is the listen, you got to get benefits, right? Benefits, man, Duadu. The total pay range, right, is between 133,000 to 303,000. Just the range. Wow. 133. If they don't like you, and you just get the second sweep, the 133,000 you made a year. Wow. The position Duadu got is 303,000 a year. Duadu need to work to that place for 2 years.
That government job again?
But I'm thinking, I'm here thinking, I'm saying, what's going on with Liberians? You can put all of the senator paycheck together. You can put a 45,000 car there. You can put a 10,000. You can put 150,000 or community service fee and everything. That will make more money than the president.
Wow.
Of the Republic of Liberia.
No, that's
God is the richest. He's the richest sitting panelist on the show.
They love me because they can't get dressed.
Duadu is the richest panelist on the show.
So loud.
Duadu, if you say Allah, Baba, I will show you.
We'll put the document up.
You lie.
Okay. Anyway.
But he drinking small, talking a lot.
My man, we yell to talk serious things. That doesn't mean
No. It doesn't mean that we don't have life. It doesn't mean that we cannot talk our own. We yell to talk serious things, so I should take the time. My man, wait. Duadu.
Look at you, just stop it, man. Say the light to you.
Yeah, but any people come to see.
But still, though, I'm working in government.
You are muted. Let me unmute. Okay, no, I think you have to do it yourself.
So, Duadu, you just say he won't job, he won't walk your dog.
When no man, one thing you gotta learn, Duadu, and ask all the people that just joining us. They know that Stendo don't lie on Spoon Talk. If I say I get something on you, I get it. Go ask Bill Magay. Bill Magay said yesterday, right? He in Liberia, I get nothing on him. I say his name, everything on LFA roster. I say that information. He said, well, in Liberia, I get a pay. I got a whole pay stub. I know that Bill Magay received that money. So I'm going to send it to Augustin Paye Gafwan. Let him investigate. I'm going to ask Ko Bangaloo why he gave me Bill Magay that amount of money. I will share with everybody because Bill Magay said I was lying. Now, guess what? To you, my dear brother.
And that's still Bill Magay. That's still Bill Magay.
No, I'm not going to do a Bill Magay. I'll do a you.
I'm sorry, UJ. I'm sorry, you just
but Mr. Dwalu, they hold together the CEO. I see he reading from something. You're not just saying the thing, but
I'm not even reading.
I'm uploading.
I'm
So
uploading.
to tell you that something that information appears to be a
That
lie.
thing on Photoshop. I don't know what's going on.
Can I advise the people in Liberia, please do not challenge Tinto.
You tell the people that believe me that Richardson.
I challenge you.
Because
Including-
they can be sending emails to people saying Tinto not telling the truth, and then then when you put the information in the chat room.
But one of them I came on and said, I'm telling the truth, he resigned today. The other program to follow. I'm still telling the truth. Y'all wait now. Let me show you. Let me deal with Mr. Dwalu small. Y'all go ask some of these people there. Okay. I will give you Mr. Dwalu.
I will give you. I don't want you.
PK says you want to be a special tabagi cook.
National average, however, the total compensation for a procurement manager at Amazon. Dwalu going to be working at Amazon. If you don't know who they call Amazon, please go on your computer and check. This is the range in which Dwalu finds himself. That's the lowest. I'm giving you the lowest.
Wow.
I have 3 different sets. Procurement manager at Amazon can range from 194,000 to 291,000 per year. What in it, Dwalu say I'm lying? If Dwalu say I'm lying, we pray to God tonight that Amazon will take that job from Dwalu. Dwalu say I'm lying. I trust my prayer to God, which includes the base salary and additional pay. The base salary and additional pay. Now, this is second tier. The people that just around there. But Dwalu level is different. The average additional pay is around now. The average mean, if you get nothing to do, you can do it from home. You get 91,000 a year. That's the average. You can get nothing to do. If your portfolio is less than 5 million, you get 91,000 a year.
They're coming out of college or something like that.
Yeah. Check coming out of the school because you got to go to school for the work. You just not nobody, they got to treat you. They'll see you come in 4 or 5 days, you get 91,000. But Dwalu is seasoned. He been there for years.
He's bright.
Okay? So listen, which includes stock. It means that Dwalu will be having money in New York on Wall Street, commissions, cash bonus, not even bonus free, cash bonus. And Dwalu is part. Yeah. So Dwalu is part of the people company. He got what they call profit sharing.
Yeah. So as the company increases,
amen,
you get more money.
Amen. Listen, guys, listen. What the lawmaker then stealing, right? Dwalu getting profit sharing. Whatever profit Amazon made, Dwalu get a share. And Dwalu didn't. He got nothing to do with the people company, but because of his experience, his technical know-how, the way he would bring money into that company, they say we'll give you tip. They put as their tips. You know what that tip is?
Yeah.
So let me say something. Let me say something to you. When I say something, it's because I know what I'm saying. The richest man on the Spoon Talk right now, on the show, that Dwalu.
You all right?
The richest. If you want anything, check go to Dwalu wife. She's very, very sympathetic. Check on her. She can never say no if you ask her for help. Check what ask her. If you can't Dwalu will go ahead and say it to your wife. And say the other sister and brother that kind of he will hide in the corner to help. But ladies and gentlemen, that's Dwalu. We want to say welcome to the show. Welcome everybody. Liberia is getting better. Dr. Richardson, welcome. Dr. Francine Chinwe, special. Richardson, welcome. Mr. Dwalu, as always, we got to fight continuously. Since 3:05 a.m., I have never closed my eye. 3:05 a.m. It was 8:05 a.m., no, 7:05 a.m. in Liberia when I received the first call. No. Let me just be quiet. You go ahead, you share the show. Let's recognize people. Let's recognize them. Let's just recognize everybody. I want to get into the conversation. It's so juicy today. Decisions. Wherever you find yourself, who you are, UPITs, sedition, imposition, opposition, no position, independent or dependent, wherever you find yourself, you are a Liberian. You must share the show. We will fight with everything in us, in our bones and marrows and joints. We will fight with everything in us. So we'll wait for you. If you share the show, please, whosoever you admire on the show, just put the name under it. It will make us to understand you share the show. You can put Stanton name if you think I'm doing a pretty good job. If you think Dualu is doing extremely well, or Dr. Richardson or Uncle Sam Jackson or Mommy, whoever name get on your mind, Fadika, you can just put the name under there and say share. Thank you very much. I see somebody put my name already. This is CEO. Thank you, Samuel, Amicable, Rejoice, Kind. Again, Prince is CEO. So let's see who's going to win this thing tonight. There's a competition.
We're not in competition with you.
Oh, they gave her. Oh, I'm getting a white ballot. I'm getting a white ballot tonight.
Nobody in competition with you.
Wow. Please share the show. Please share the show. Please share the show. We appreciate you. We do seriously, we appreciate you. It's a big program today. One of the biggest ever. The man Joseph Yiman Bwaka, Keke, JMB, Uncle Joe, Ambassador. You don't play with fire. So we got to discuss a lot.
How are you doing?
So we're going to wait while you share the show. Charlene Fallon, Charlene LRB. Yeah, Dr. Richardson, girl from Pennsylvania. Yeah. It's good to see you. My dad, Vicky Sando, I admire Duaru. But man, don't put that thing up, man. They say they admire me. You go put it up because that Duaru, he get 1 in 100. All right, you got to see when they put my name there to put me up too.
There's somebody that called me. That's why I had to take a break. They were telling me what you were saying about the payment at Amazon are true.
And that's true, I know.
Yeah, so they were saying.
Senator, let's say this. But people, I work for government. That's the first
clarity.
Listen now, ego.
I make sure you have to clarify now he's gone. You better be careful.
No, let me finish talking about when the person worked with Amazon, the operation manager, and they told me that what Stanton is saying is true. They're saying, you know, that money is true. They got the 30,000 bonus, so you are scheduled to get plenty of bonus there.
No, they give you bonus, they give you stock option, they give you sign-on bonus, they get a lot of stuff.
I
went for government, but Stanton, that's what you don't call. They're not true. Don't call me. Stanton, stop it.
They'll call you. That way
if you want Duaru Noah, please call me. I don't want Duaru Noah, please call me. We get Duaru Noah here.
Your kids in court. Nobody can even wear rare for you.
No, I mean, listen, I love my Liberian people. Dr. Richardson. Yeah. I pray to God, Dr. Richardson.
I know.
And I know God will do it. We all will go back to Liberia as one team again to celebrate the goodness of our country. Amen. And the goodness of this president and the leadership style he's taken to say, yes, indeed, there was a Joseph in the country that redeemed the people of Liberia out of the age-old problem. Yeah. We must go back to Liberia. We must go back to Liberia as a team. We must go back to Liberia as people that have the love for country. That we love country more than we love our own brothers and sisters. That we love country because that's the only thing we can leave back. When all else failed, country first. And that's why every day we come here to talk every day. Yeah. You know how it is when people say, well, JMB will not listen to them. But who are they? They want to make the president listen. JMB ain't get this. JMB, my people, you don't know JMB. You don't know him. He was sent to do a piece of job, and he will do that piece of job to his fullest. More to come. More need to be done. Make no mistake. By fire, by force, our country will be the better place someday. And the legacy will be shown and written in stone. We all will pass by and say, free our lives, free at last. Thank God our education system is free at last. Yes. Thank God our healthcare system is free at last. Thank God our lawmakers are free at last, because they will not be taking 150,000 home. And it's a community engagement. That's blood money, by the way, because the IMF is frowning upon 150,000. That's blood money. They're about to put people on sanction. That we can walk and talk and celebrate Liberia in a very special way. That there will be equal access. Not because Tualu make it 200 and not 1,000. And he sleep in a five-star hotel, and he get 10 black SUV behind him, and he taking 30 million out of the country in golds and diamonds. What Tualu job is, Tualu will employ Liberians. Tualu will bring everybody, hundreds of them, and he will pay them on time. And the people, imagine when you employ one person, you get 10 other people behind that one person. And they will eat, and they will go to school, and they will wear clean uniform. They will sit in a class that have air conditioning, electricity. They will sit in a class that have computer, and they will do sound research. Now the Liberia, that instead of getting a ministry 4 or 5 cars, she said, no, I want it for me, I and myself, me alone, I alone. Put all the money together and give me us $96,000 car, because the car I'm driving, I'm too big. No! Well, you got your president saying, get me the wheelbarrow. I'm going to go to work in a wheelbarrow. But you say, get me the $96,000 car. It's going to be a fire show tonight. And even on that $96,000 car, Dualu, we learned that it's a bushmeat. That's a stolen car from America, taken to Liberia. It's a bushmeat. We have researched that car. They stole the car from America, took the car to Liberia. Anybody that get that car VIN number, you can search it. That's another story coming up. We were deep. We know witchcraft, no witchcraft, right? Isn't that what they can say? If you're not from under the water, you will not give the news from under the water. Only Niji can tell you Niji under the water. I'll tell you this. We got to fix our country.
Yeah, I agree.
We got to fix our country. Welcome to the show, Sister Glennie. Are you feeling right now? You feeling much better? Damn, you are dancing that book out like crazy, girl.
Yeah, I'm feeling much better. Hello, Doc. How are you?
Maybe I'm fine.
You are dancing that book out. I get that video, though.
It wasn't even me.
No,
and
who
I've
was?
been like many times, but you go away. And the thing about the people there, they don't believe anything anybody else say. Once Stanton say it, they believe it. And who said that? I mean, they say that me.
Thank you.
So I just leave it with them.
Listen, can you upload that video?
The lady that on that video.
Wait.
Nelson.
No,
because everybody
Nelson.
was calling me and texting me that video. I said that.
Nelson. I know we got serious conversation.
I swear to God.
But Glennie?
That I mean Stanton.
But we're not Glennie, wait. So you and the woman get the same name and all?
That I'm my name.
You're getting same dress and all? That dress that you wore, that dress right here in Philadelphia. I know your dresses. Oh, you coffee again? I know that dress. Come on, man. Let's have a show, Dualu.
To the audience, man, to everybody, Glendy, Dr. Frank saying, hey, Nelson, what's going on, man? But Stanton, you started saying something, though, from the beginning. Let's get serious. You're saying, Honorable Bwaka, it will be a glorious legacy if you, set this country on the proper path. We build proper institutions. I mean, I want you to think about this, though. If our grandfather, our father, for some of us, whatever it is, can build Liberia up to a place where we can build a great legacy, we can do something that will transform the entire country. And God forbid, when he's dead and gone, we have a great society that we can build upon. Honorable Bwaka will live on forever. This is what some of us want, a tremendous legacy that will take this country from where we are, a place of shame and disgrace, into a proper place of prominence. I think it'll be a great thing for our children, a great legacy for all of us. Honorable Baka, you have a golden opportunity. And for me personally, I think you should seize that opportunity and govern without fear or favor. Dr. Francine.
Yeah, I am in agreement with you. Sometimes when you pass on, you leave a lot of legacy for your children to carry out or for people to remember you. So President Parker could be remembered as the president who brought rule of law to Liberia. He can be remembered as the president who took a stand and did not tolerate people stealing from the Liberian people in his government. So there's so much more to this presidency. The presidency, I didn't say President Parker, keep in mind, I said the presidency that can be accomplished. So I'm looking forward today to hear what is going on in Liberia, and I'll be glad to participate in the conversation.
Lenny?
Hello, it's good to be on. I'm still a little bit under the weather, but I'm much better. So thank you. Thank you to everybody who check on me. Thank you to everybody who are texting me Stanton video. I can't argue with anybody when it comes to Stanton because those people out there, they believe Stanton more than you yourself. People argue with me. I tell them that I mean they say that Stanton said that you. I say okay, let's leave it. But it's good to be back. A lot of
Glenny, free education, please.
Yes.
I took my COVID test and the new one. We're supposed to take that thing my thing. What's going on?
You took COVID test or you took COVID vaccine?
The vaccine, the new vaccine.
That's the reaction.
But any vaccine is supposed to hurt. Any vaccine is supposed to hurt.
You not take the COVID vaccine, I'll make sure the nurses not take it.
I always take it. I even just took my flu. The flu vaccine said I took that. I got this one. So
but I put all two in one arm. They all right.
That's why you old enough. You can even put 10 in one arm.
Next time you won't ask questions.
It's good to be back. That's why it's not easy today. It's not easy that we borrow outside today.
Yeah, it's not easy. We want to say we're going to go to the phone line. Many of you that are joining us, please share our show. We're so happy to have you. It's a big day in our country today. We feel some relief. We got more to go, but we know that Liberia is getting there. I want to hear from you before we get in the conversation. I want to give you the different topic. Amin Modad resigned as Commerce Minister. He resigned. The issue about Roden Guinness, Abdullah Kamara, Double Jala stay hanging. The decision about LDEA, the trip of the president going to Rome, he and his entire delegation. The Deputy Minister of Finance, Bill McGee-Jones, his name is on the LFA document. I put it in the chat room, and he received a DSA, which include the per diem and the accommodation. Bill McGee-Jones saying, I didn't receive any money. My name was placed on the list to travel, but I declined. So who ate that money that Bill McGee-Jones received or didn't receive? Again, there's an issue from LRRC. I don't know whether we have time to go there. I have so many checks. How the people abuse the money that was sent to LRRC. Patrick Woolsey, if you know him, so many checks of how the people abuse the money that was sent to LRRC.
Can we tell people what LRRC is? I'm sure they know, but like the reference.
Let me just lay this thing up on the right quick. The way in which people just wrote the check, go to central bank, get 80,000, get this 1,000, get that 1,000. The people. And now you will blame the government and say the government didn't bring in the people in the country correctly because our people eating the people money. If you know Patrick Woolsey, wake him up. Dr. Richardson made me to forget one other conversation. Oh, and I talk about Bill, how you call him? Bill McGee-Jones. All right. And when the next one come back, I'm 49 years old. So whenever you interrupt me, I forget something. Sorry. So I hope, that's what happens when you get in order. Again, I just want to say to everyone, it's going to be a great show today. It's going to be a powerful show. It will be. Some way, Liberia must be put on the right track. I told you something about CBL. Something is happening to CBL. Something is seriously happening. Central Bank of Liberia, CBL. If we have time, I will give you a little bit of that story. I want you to invite everybody, plus you, plus me, plus everybody. We all can fight to make Liberia better. So wherever you are, turn the volume of your radio up. Wherever you are, turn to Spoon. Wherever you are, turn to Fabric, turn to Super. Whenever you are, wherever you may be, in America, outside America, in Liberia, outside of Liberia, you must invite somebody. On YouTube, on Facebook, we are here to tell you the truth. They may not like us, but at least the poor people like us. A lot of waste, Duaru. A lot of waste in the government. Everybody find the government to be a chopping spot. A lot of waste. A lot of waste. Why do people sit home and suffer? Ministers and directors just wasting the resources of the government. We're going to go to the phone line. We're going to take about 20 calls. The main topic for today, Amin Modad resignation. And the car that is in question, upon findings of our investigation, that car was a stolen car. They took it from America, came to Liberia. And Medtech through Double Jada and Amin Modad, they bought that car. I don't know who they bought the car from. But information, these allegations are serious allegations that LDCC need to look into. Very serious allegation. Let's go to the phone line, folks. The number is 609, and this is my number, folks. Let me tell you something. This is my personal number. My personal number. Let me say this to you. I'm giving you my number because when you see something, call me. When you hear something, call me. If I don't answer, text me. I want you to say something when you see something. When you smell something, I want you to sneeze it out and let me know. That's the only way we can fix Liberia. That's why I'm giving you my personal number. If anybody know any other number I get, please give it up. 609 649 4206. That's my personal registered number for almost 20 years or so, I believe. That's my personal number. I'm going to give it to you again. As a matter of fact, I will put it up because I want to get good people over there that are giving us good information. We respect you. We will protect you. By the grace of God, we will not tell on our sources. I think I had it up yesterday, Nelson. You got it? Thank you. Okay. So my number, this is the number, 609 649 4206. Yes, the other number, I don't use it too much because the iPhone, and I hit iPhone, so it's not even around me. It's 609 6. Can you take that number 9690 off? It will help the audience. I don't want you calling that other number because I don't use it. I just don't know where that phone is. Yeah, I don't know where that phone is.
People call
so don't call that number. Huh?
You're supposed to be corruption hunter.
Yeah. We will do this. So let's go to the phone line, folks. You listen. Once Eduardo is here, Dr. Richard saying, Sister Glendy, we're not looking for a job. We're just trying to make Liberia better. We'll do our best to do this thing. You call us the hunter, you call us the witchcraft, we take it. But we come here every day to talk Liberia. My friend, your name and where you joining us from?
CEO, this excellent Tony Kimati. So, CEO, yesterday I told you I was so upset. But guess what happened? Today we are bounced back, my brother. This man, look, Joe Booker, the man gonna do what he told what you were gonna do. I didn't go to Liberia in the trenches to make sure this man was president of the Republic of Liberia. You can't sit there, I can't see the nonsense. People taking millions of dollars and put in their pocket. No, guess what happened? The woman did what you were going to do. And we're expecting to do more. And set up no commission, no Winston with all this extra nonsense that they're going around talking about. Doing investigation. No. Once you see it, you drop the man by the wayside. A lot of people trying to come in and do what we're supposed to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you. Your name and where are you joining us from?
I'm calling from Minnesota.
Talk to us. My friend, talk to us.
Yes, I'm Daniel Parker. I'm calling from Minnesota. Thank you, Stanton. We all here praying for you. Want a betterment of Liberia.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me get this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
This is James. They're calling from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Talk to us, Jimmy.
Yeah, it was very wrong, and I appreciate Amin Modad resigning today. Whosoever told him to resign, it was good. But Senator, the problem I get with you is that same car, the maritime commissioner before bought it, that same car, you can remember he told you that the commissioner said you right, it is some $1,000 car, or $9,000 car, using number. You can remember on your show, on your platform.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. But what make a problem for me now? the commissioner said he bought a kind of problem for me. Now let's go to the phone line. Let's take more call. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
Hi, this is me, Mohammed Kenneth from New York.
Talk to us, sir.
Okay, what is going on? Let me say hi to everybody on the Spoon TV. Really, Spoon, Mr. Spoon, you have changed some of our mind. Because during the election, we were supporting CDC. But to see you, a strong supporter of the Unity Party, the government that you brought on power and stand on ground and checkmate all of them, I think you have changed some of our mind that you are a great leader, that you love this country. All we can say, we just got to pray for you so that you can continue to change the country. It's only the good people can change that country. Otherwise, we are all sick right now. Even the CDC that we supported, honestly speaking, they did not do well for this country. It is time now we all come together and change this country now. Look at the Africa, like Guinea and the rest of other people, African countries. So if all the Liberians can come together now and change this country, it will be great. So, Brother Spoon, you show our heart, man.
Thank you.
You are a great man, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you. Thanks. Bill Maggie Jones, is that you?
Yes, this is Bill Maggie.
So, Bill Maggie, you said you were coming on the show. You can come on the show. We're taking phone calls to address the current issue, or I can call you back when we get to your conversation, okay?
Yeah, okay. That means I'm driving home.
When you get home, call me. I can send you the link. You come on. You got to come and speak for yourself.
Okay, so I will text my email.
I will send you the link. I will send it to you on WhatsApp. Just put it on. Just go ahead and send it to yourself and come on.
Okay.
All right, Chief. Thank you. All right. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Lakoli Dolo. Your name is Dora. I'm calling from Arizona.
Babwa.
Come on. Senator.
Yeah.
This poor man, we are reaching a point of no retreat. You need to dismiss as many as corrupt people so that the country can get pretty up. Some of us, something like that, too many people come here. And one of the official Unity Party from Nimba, and they want me to do more. Whoever get corrupt, I them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brothers. Good, my man. Call me later, though. Don't forget, we got something to compare.
I get more information for you.
All right. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Yes, sir.
From Canada, London, Ontario.
Yes, sir. Talk to us, boss.
I am a little taken aback from the length of time it took to have Amin Modad to resign from the cabinet. I think President Boakai should have fired him a while ago since all the information became evident. However, if the pressure from Spoon is putting pressure on them and mounting some efforts for them to get out, I appreciate that. Thank you for the good work and keep it up.
Thank God for everything, man. Thanks to the crew. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello, your name and where you joining us from? All right. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, my name is Kennedy. I'm calling from the Twin City.
Talk to us, brother.
I heard that George Weah called the former commerce minister and over there were crying on your knee because you took chopping from their mouth. So what it's in me, Amin Modad is crying on your knee, Senator.
Man, thank you, man. You get problem. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna take two more real quick, and we're gonna go to Monrovia, Liberia, the entire Liberia for calls. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, this is Ben from Cali.
My man, turn the volume of your radio or your computer down, please, and talk into the phone.
Yeah, this is Ben from Cali. I'm going to tell you something. Thank you so much. Hello?
Yes, sir. We listen to you. Talk to us, please.
Yeah, okay. Something I'm calling to tell you guys, the panelists, thank you ever so much for bringing and throwing light to everything that's going on in Liberia right now. So you guys have been doing well. You, Dr. Bookland, or the rest of the guys, Dwalu, God will bless you guys. And then we'll look forward for you guys to continue well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, folks, we'll come back again. This is just the intro to the show. I want to go to Monrovia, Liberia, the Republic of Liberia, Lofa, Nimba, everywhere in Liberia. We want to take the people call. We're going to take 10 to 15 calls. We still got about 11 minutes to start the show, 11 minutes to 9 p.m. and 11 minutes to 5 p.m. here in the U.S. Let me take one call because Uncle Pete, a regular listener, let me just squeeze this one in. Uncle Pete, go ahead.
Is this cool?
Yes, go ahead, Uncle Pete.
Yo, hey, Stephen, how you guys doing, man? You're doing a great job. Listen, look, in Liberia, corruption is heading through. And we are just, all what we're doing, our efforts in Liberia, if we in Liberia do not decide to change our mentality, Liberians in general, corruption will go on and all it will impede the progress of that country. We need to change our mentality. Praising corrupt officials, electing corrupt officials, and recycling corrupt officials that is going on continuously in Liberia. This is why I supported Alexander Cummings. Okay, because he wants Liberia corrupt free.
Thank you. Thank you,
So,
Uncle Pete.
we don't waste our time in Liberia, man.
I disagree with you. We are not wasting our time. We are fighting a system that been there for 177 years. Thank you for calling. Thank you, Uncle Pete. All right, so now let's go to the phone line. Let's go to the phone line in Liberia. Let's take more calls, Nelson.
So 055510175 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the show. We take our first caller. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, Nelson. This is Daniel Kelly calling from Oro Video.
Daniel, let's hear you. Go ahead quickly.
Thank you. CEO, let me tell you thank you, brother. Let me tell you thank you. Let me tell Amin Modad thank you, and also Sanoma George from CDC, the former representative. CEO, I want for you to be placed George or recording because Sanoma George know that they were doing the wrong thing, they were impact, and now he's pressing President Bakada will succeed. So I want to tell him thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Caller number 2. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
My name is King, and I join you from Bon County.
Go ahead.
So today, I'm happy that I'm on spoon.
Okay.
Look, Buakai, we suffer for this thing. What a spoon? CEO, we suffer in the country to campaign for Buakai. To see people, we walk in mud. There was no money for campaign. We went in the butcher to those slum communities. We campaigned for the old men to straighten up. See full handful of people, Bill Maggie Jr. enjoying life, the honor is we struggling, no job opportunity. No, thank God you're not contesting. But whosoever it is, you know they part the way, the OIO. Send on only a new 1 year and you contesting will support you. But beside you, nobody. Just up.
Sao.
Baba.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, let's take another person. Keep your calls coming to 05551011075. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead quickly. You're live.
Yeah, I'm calling from Saka Island.
Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, today my first video on Spoon Talk.
Okay.
I want to thank the panelists. Thank you very much for informing us, for educating us. I want for you to keep it up. God bless you because it's Spoon Talk. We can get some information and to build ourselves up the next day.
Thank you.
So yeah. From 3 years I've been listening to Spoon Talk from the ground, the land, the top. It's very hard. So today, I said, God, thank you.
Thank you very much.
For Liberia, I want to call on the president. Every information that comes out from the public, from the media, from the citizens, you should work on it. Because there was no information that was coming out during Georgia time. You're not listening, and today it went down the drain. So I'm calling on him. The information, small information, petty information, work on it, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Make you vibrant, make you strong, and make you say, yeah, the president can move, the president can work, the president can shake up.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Is that the number, Nelson?
No, that's not. Okay, let me pull it in. Hello, you are live?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson, for security reason.
Yeah, for security reason, but please turn down the volume of your radio, please. Okay, go ahead.
For security reason, I won't come on me. Okay. But one of the person that the president needs to dismiss is the police director.
Why do you think so?
For 9 months now, the police director refused to pay police officer and using it on the street. They are unable to pay their children's school fees. Just imagine 648, the second largest class in police history. And now 5 persons have died from among them. Nobody seems to say anything.
The last time there was a recent stuff where the police responded to that issue. Oh, you are one of them, right?
Yes. They call us. They said they were going to pay for 1 month in September.
The message for security reason they said they call him, my man.
Yeah, my man. For security reason, but you already disclosed it.
Yeah, let you go. We understand. We'll talk to Gregory Kuma on it, okay?
Hello.
Hello, Nancy. Good evening.
Yeah, let's hear you. Your name and where you come from.
And thank you. Good evening to the panelists. Good for is money in Baje Faje.
Yes, good. Okay.
Nancy, I will want to tell my president tonight. Welcome by the project and thank you for pressuring them for pressure until you listen to other Amin Modad reason. Amin Modad only be the person that going. Let the LRA boss Faro. State, Graceman Mofaro. Then Kubaka Mofaro.
Okay.
The public work minister Mofaro. So, but a mona only need that all that people there Faro so that we will make her happy. Now they talk was too much here Bali today. With this small thing now, let them be deterrent to the other people.
Thank you.
We know your integrity and your ability will vote you. We will never disappoint you. You will never know to disappoint. It's just a matter of time. Today is not the scenario. So, President Baka, if you spoon everyone, if you discuss the way they will need to do, oh, Amin Modad do it, Mogo.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input, sir. I want to hold you there. Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you come from?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Spoon FM. Meaning of Spoon FM is Special People Original Organization Network Family Members. Spoon FM.
No, why you say the meaning again? Come again with the meaning. What's the meaning of Spoon FM?
The meaning of Spoon FM is
somebody sabotaging
Special People Original Organizations Network Family Members. Spoon FM. Wow! My station, your station, our station, the people's station. Spoon. I'm one of the top contributors for Spoon Talk. I'm one of the top contributors for Trenton Water Spoon, French Base. Spoon. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nelson. The man close the boat. Thank you very much, Nelson. We've got to go. That's my man. That's my man. That's my man. I want to say thanks to you guys. Let's get ready. We are about to rumble. Thank you very much for joining Spoon at this time. To all of you that call, we appreciate you. We will be going back to the phone line. We want to hear from you again after the first conversation, the second conversation, and everything. Today is the day the Lord has made. We must rejoice and be glad in it. I want to say to my dear pastor, Reverend, Dr. Rudolph, the red no
When
reindeer.
the Reverend drinking soda, that water.
The red no reindeer.
What are you drinking, Reverend?
That's a communion. Where everybody feeling drinking the blood at the last one, the pastor got to drink
Wendy, I drinking exotic coffee. I drink exotic coffee. You want so I can send it.
No,
I'm still working in Liberia. I will send you some.
All right, thank you.
Glenny, when the pastor definitely giving small, the big one, the big bottle, they do me. Why you give me small one? Jesus Christ, share. You give me one small cup of the communion. You got to drink the whole big thing. Welcome to the show, Reverend Bob. We want to say thanks to all of you. We are getting, yes, it's 9 p.m. in Liberia, 5 p.m. here. Mr. Dora, will start with you. First conversation, the Amin resignation. Talk to me.
Yes, Stenton. Thank you so much to the audience, man. You're welcome. My young brother, Fofi Fofana, welcome to the show. I'm going to say this. My grandfather was an old good man, my father's father. He was a blacksmith. If you go behind Rick's Mission, it used to be called the Bombing Territory. In fact, now I think it's under Moserado County. My home village is Kimetown. And the blacksmiths would take the iron ore, like they rock the iron ore dust. They will put it into a kettle, and then they will fan the flame. Iron melts around between anywhere from 2,500 to 2,800 Fahrenheit, above 1,300 to 500 centigrade. And you keep fanning the flame. In order for the iron to melt, you got to keep pumping. They have two things. They got to pump it. It will fan the flame. And the issue was for you to turn iron into anything, it had to melt first. And after it melts, then you can mold it in the direction you want. I say this to say this. For Liberia to change, the fire must be blazing. The fire must be fanned by every single one of us. In order to remold Liberia in the direction we want, we got to put fire. We got to put breeze. I listened to Nelson Collette today. He was interviewing a bunch of people across Monrovia. That's your part. Every single person must play their part. We are not telling the president what to do, but we are fanning the flame so we can melt this rusted iron that is corruption, so we can remold the country in the direction we want. Amin Modad can resign all he wants. Anybody who's self-respecting in that country, when you're accused of something of that nature, you step aside until it's clear up. You don't allow the society to just be your knee. In fact, in the first thing, don't do it to begin with. Our people got to live. They're not your one got to live. The presidency, the government position is not for you. They're not your property. They're not your inheritance. It belongs to all of us. Only take what belongs to you and do the people's business. Or else, we'll continue to fan that flame. Rest in peace to my grandfather, Momo Dualu.
Thank you very much again. We want to say thanks, Mr. Dualu. Rest in peace. Oh, my Momo Dualu. Dualu ran away from that puppy when the puppy told you do not get a girlfriend. He couldn't listen. Let's bring in Dr. Richardson on this conversation. We are on a serious conversation. Let's bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, Amin Modad resignation, man.
I'm not sure what everyone is so happy about. Amin Modad resigned. The president did not fire him. I expected the president to at least take an action, but Amin Modad took an action upon himself. So I'm not sure if that sends any message to the Liberian people. Okay, the president, by him taking an action, it sends a message to the Liberian people, the message of deterrent. And the message is you cannot purchase a car that is more than $45,000. You cannot complete a proposal where you tell your boss that you're going to purchase a car for the entire 4 vehicles. Okay, you say you're going to get vehicles, don't put a number to vehicles, but then you end up getting one. So, and you didn't go according to the PPFM law, the PPC laws. You didn't go according to those laws. So this is why we're here. I also think that Doba Jala should also be investigated. There is METEC money that is involved, the money that was used to purchase the car. And this is what that account is not clear yet to me. Who approved the car? Was it not Doba Jala? So I think he bears some responsibility for the entire fiasco that is going on at the Commerce Ministry. I don't know who's the president going to replace Amin with, who's going to be, but I hope that that person will look in the interest of the Liberian people. That Commerce Ministry is such an important ministry. They need to update their website. I was on the website today as well. There's information that are not, they have an online platform, doesn't quite work. The information about registering your business is not quite clear. So please, whoever you are in charge of that ministry, look into that. It needs to be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Glendy?
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. There's so many things that happened today. From the one Amin Modad story, we can take a lot of messages. I want to agree with Dr. Richardson on the stance with President Boyka, but I also want to say that I don't think Amin Modad would have resigned if President Boyka wanted him to stay. So I'm pretty sure there have been some discussions in the background, but it would have looked, it probably would have looked a little more acceptable to some people if President Boyka would have addressed the issue. Howbeit, he decided to address it behind closed door and caused Amin to resign subsequently. I think what this says, I would hope that this stance serves as a deterrent to others. Be it as it may, President Boyka didn't fire him, he resigned, so that it's not on his record. But I think it should serve as a deterrent to other people that you have to be sure, you got to be able to do things the right way, and you can't just ignore the fabric of the laws and the very system that you work in. So unfortunately for him today, he resigned, and I would hope that others are watching and others are looking at. Also, some of Liberians are looking to see President Boyka taking a stern, making a stern move, making a stern decision. But unfortunately, this is where we are today. So we'll see where this goes. But it's just unfortunate with everything that have unfolded. Somebody suggested, Stanton, that maybe Spoon TV needs to have a witness protection fund. They would donate towards it, because as this is happening, you're encouraging people to bring stories. Maybe if there's a caveat for people to get something for the stories that will bring, more stories will come, and this should not be the end of the story. So someone had called when you were on the phone to say, start a witness protection fund so that those stories you're bringing in, people will start, when you say you're getting $100 or whatever, people could do that. I don't know. I'm just saying what they're saying because they're texting to make sure I tell you what they said, but we'll see where it goes. But it's just an unfortunate thing today for Liberia as a whole, for a government who has been in power for barely a year, to have one of its main ministers resign because it's connected with corruption. I think that's unfortunate for our country.
Thank you very much, Sis Glendy. Dr. Pople, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to all my friends and those who watch, listen. I took away a few things, right? The first is that the president is listening and paying attention. So well-meaning Liberians should keep talking, raising issues, giving constructive suggestions. The president is listening and paying attention. The second thing I take away is that, the president can handle difficult situations. Because these kinds of decisions to people who you are close to, people who you've worked with, people who supported you, these kinds of decisions are very difficult. But that's where you show character and leadership. Because the question for the president, I think at this point, and not just Amin, but a whole bunch of other people, is not what will happen to me if I act. The question is really what will happen to the nation if I don't do anything. So I applaud the president. I also applaud Amin for just following whatever happened behind closed doors, stepping up and say, hey, you know what? I'll resign. Everybody can't work for the government, but the government must work for everybody. My thing now is who else? Because I think there are a lot of people who need to turn in their resignation, or there's some persons who need to feel or to experience termination. You know, if you ever ridden on a ship moving on the water, you don't know how fast it's going because you really can't feel anything. But when it's time to make a sharp turn, you grab the rudder and you go, whoop, and they just go, you know, it's rough. But once it turns and go in the direction it's going, then it's smooth sailing. I think this is a turning point, and this should just be the beginning. Grab the rudder, Mr. President, turn this ship. And when we start to sail in the right direction with the right attitude, everything calms down, the nation gets better.
Thank you, guys, and thanks to all of you that joining us. I want to say this though. I want to share some of the pictures and the videos, you know, and some of the what brought us here. I just want us to go back in a bit and just think. So, Mr. Duaru, I just want us to go back in history in the last 3 weeks. What brought us here? So I beg you, I will give you another 1 minute because I'm uploading this thing. Then from now, I will come and talk to me, Mr. Duaru, please.
Yeah, I want to push back a little bit on something we say here. Look, sometimes firing a person is absolutely necessary to maintain the structure that is set up. Sometimes you cannot just allow people to resign. Look, a leader cannot allow resignation or allow his subordinates to force him into relinquishing control because they want to say, you know, in Liberia, there is a saying, I was never fired, I resigned. Everybody wants to be able to say that. Now, I'm not suggesting this is true for the case of Amin Modad, but I'm saying, look, my entire focus with Liberia is we have to build institutions. We have to build institutions. The reason why when the police come to your house, they put handcuffs on you, not because they're trying to make you shame in the Liberian parlance. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to send a powerful message that you are under control of the police and the process of institution building is taking place. This is the reason why you are handcuffed. You're handcuffed, put in the back of a police cruiser, taken to the police station, you're booked, your picture is taken, and you're thrown into a cell. It sends a very powerful message if you don't go through the chain of command. Look, over the last few weeks, we've spoken about this issue when it first happened. It is not just Amin. Senator, could you please mute? It's not just Amin. It is across the government. People believe, and this is what I'm going to say to Honorable Wakai, your subordinates will test you until you push back. They will continue to say the same thing over and over until you push back and say, listen, this is unacceptable. If you don't do this, they will continue to test that water. That's across the entire government. Across the country, our people are crying, they're listening, they're talking. You have to listen to them. Dr. Purpose said this yesterday. It is a duty, and in fact, it's a requirement of your leadership to listen to the people. It is not optional. It is not a suggestion. It's a requirement that you listen to your people. If you're not listening, you're not going to succeed. And Dr. Francine.
Let me jump in real quick, Dr. Francine, and then we'll go with you. I want us to read. Most of you guys, welcome to the show, Fatika. It's good to see you. Most of you guys follow the story, right? The car, the document from LRA. They issued an LRA ball car for Amin, MedTech ball car for Amin. 150,000, 139,000, whatever the amount is. Amin came on the show and said, no, MedTech didn't buy a car from me. It was LRA. LRA came out with their own statement, and they were very clear in the statement. This cartoon continues, and people say, well, Spoon Network falsifying a story. Spoon Network story is not accurate. We came up with facts. We came up with documents. LRA came up with their own, the car show phase 01, whatever the lesson play is, and finally, we get to know that a car was bought for $96,000. The back and forth with the car. The other issue with the boat. The tax problem with the boat. The other issue with RPD. The issue with Amin clearing over $1 million of his credit, his debt he owed, LBDI banks and other banks. In less than 9 months, Amin have regained financial strength. Then don't forget the increase in rice prices and the negotiation. I mean, we're forcibly negotiating that they should increase the price of rice. And I would start forgiving why the president sit in New York attending the UNGA. Everything the president heard from his country. Corruption, corruption, corruption. Everything when the president called those he left in charge and said, how my people doing? Mr. President, we got LRA problem. Double jada. Using medtech money. Mr. President, Amin Modad, instead of buying 4-5 vehicles, he bought one for himself. Mr. President, the issue, the people are complaining. Have you watched Spoon? Have you watched social media? The president was preparing to go deliver one of his powerful speech every year at the UNGA. The first ever. And everything, international leaders, international community, local people, people in the diaspora, everybody was singing. That Amin again, oh hey. That Amin again, oh hey. That Amin and double jara, we will know that. They were singing. That Abdullah Kamara again, oh hey. That LTA again, oh hey. The president was restless. He was restless. People he trusted, he brought them and make them ministers and directors and commissioners. In 9 months, they couldn't hold on. Do you know Joseph Imabwaka? He was restless. People said we saw the president speaking at the UN. His head was trembling because he was trembling. So how can I present my country and sell my country to the world when the people I left in charge are acting foolish? Joseph Barker said, I must go back home. I must go back home and exercise my constitutional duties and function to lead Liberia out of this dark path. I was blessed when the person was here. Yes, we have conversation a lot. And he always assure, like he will always assure everyone. You're always Reverend Della Patrick. The president said, the day I'm ready, you will not stop me. Some people say, oh, Amin will not resign. Where Uncle Sam? If Amin resign, we'll eat my socks. Where Uncle Sam? We're ready for him to come and eat his socks. We got a clip. We caught a clip. We're waiting for him. Well, I mean, they didn't buy the car. I mean, own cars. He loved cars. He loved the zero cars. I mean, they didn't buy no car. Oh, no. They bought, I mean, had it 10, 20, 30 years ago. Whatever the case may be. Yesterday, I mean, the president called 4 individuals. He spoke to them. He told them that he had taken a decision yesterday. He called them. He met them. The real Joseph Imabwaka came out. I'm giving you a story here, my friend. Some of them refused to accept the dismissal letter. Some of them refused to accept that which was coming. And they resigned. I will say this to the nation tonight. Joseph Imabwaka has spoken. And his decision to accept the resignation of Amin Modad is supreme. He did it for country. As painful as it is to him, he did it for country. He did it for that school girls, that little boy that go to bed hungry. That woman that is in this hospital right now, trying to give birth to a baby, and there's no IV, there's no blood, there's no machine, there's no bed, there's no electricity. He's doing it for you. It was no surprise to me. I know. Today, when Amin was at the Commerce Ministry, he called his deputy minister. We were there. I told Diamond Slanger, I said, get on the standby. I woke him up 3:00. I woke Diamond up. I said, Diamond, go to the Commerce Ministry. Something is happening. That was the chief. I got to go to the ministry. The president is having a cabinet retreat. I said, no. Go to the commerce ministry. I put it in our chat room. We're being informed and informed fully that Amin and others will be resigning. And Amin came up with this letter. His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, dear President Boakai, over the last few days, Toro, can you see it better? Or I got to go in my phone.
I can see it. Let me go through this.
I beg you if you can see it, please. It's kind of too broad for me.
So October 9, 2024. That's today, right? Yes, that's today. His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, Senior President, Republic of Liberia. Dear President Boakai, over the last few days, there has been public outcry over the purchase of a vehicle for over $45,000. Though I have provided all documentations and facts that equivocally demonstrates that there was no malfeasance, I am deeply concerned about the impact on my integrity and the administration. This continues to be a distraction from the real national issues in your agenda. I therefore wish to tender my resignation as Minister of Commerce and Industry, a position that I ably served with integrity and passion for the past 9 months. My family and I remain thankful to you for the opportunity to serve our people. I wish you and the administration the best as we look forward to a better Liberia. Respectfully, Amin Modad.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dualu. Amin called all the deputies into his office. He spoke to them. He wished them goodbye. He packed some of his stuff. He got in his car. And folks thought that Amin was going to the cabinet retreat. No, he didn't. He went to deliver the letter of his resignation. We follow Amin. And Amin did the right thing to resign. I can say to every one of you, Amin remain. Amin Modad, he did it for country. To err is human, to forgive is divine, but the people of Liberia must move forward. And that which has happened is up to the president to continue the investigation. And where the investigation goes, the Liberian people should benefit from its result. When Amin went home, the car in question was taken back to the Minister of Commerce ground, where the car is right now. The president couldn't accept the resignation of Amin at the time. He was at a cabinet retreat. He had a couple of running around, and after it was all said and done, the resignation was delivered to the president. He accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, the president, through the folks at the executive mansion, will put an official statement as to the way forward for the Commerce Ministry. This too is Liberia. Wherever you find yourself, wherever you are, the nation is quiet right now. Listen to Spoon. People all over home and abroad believing in the work we all come to do. And we must tell the people the truth. We do not wish hunt. Let's call spade a spade. I want to bring us in one more time. Let's do another round on this. Now you know the story. Now you know Amin is out. Whether there will be an LCC investigation, that which is to come is to come. But we, as a people on this set, we will never stop. We're still going to talk about Abdullah Kamara, the $2.6 million that he squandered. We're still going to talk about Double Jada. We're still going to talk about Roland Guinness, the $22 million incident that brought down to $8.9 million, whichever the amount is, and the roads are still bad. The contracts were 40. And we're still going to talk about everything that is happening in this government. That's what I reach out to you, my fellow Liberians. When you see something, my number is 609-649-4206. Call me, text me. When you hear something, call me, text me. When you smell something, sneeze it out to me. And we can make Liberia better. I go back to Dr. Richardson. I have our last round on the show on this topic, and then we move forward. May God bless our state. May God bless Joseph Yimambwaka. May God strengthen him that he can make these decisions to save the state. Dr. Richardson.
So I want to first of all thank you for giving us a good understanding of what happened, what transpired within the past couple of hours. I heard you say, and I stand to be corrected, that the president dismissed individuals, but some refused to accept their dismissal letter. And then I also heard Dwalu read the letter from Amin Modad that said he did no malfeasance, which means that he didn't do anything wrong. He you know, a lot of people are talking about the car that he bought. Exactly, he bought a car for over 45,000, and he, because of his concern for his integrity and the government's integrity, and he didn't want the Commerce Ministry to be distracted from doing their primary job. Therefore, he resigned. This is what I'm talking about when you allow someone to resign as a leader, as opposed to firing them, suspending them, or taking actions against their behavior, because this allowed him to tell us that he did nothing wrong. There's no accountability on his part to the Liberian people. So that is my concern. I hope we continue to investigate. I'm concerned about that MedTech account. That is the Liberians' people money. That account, where is that money going? How come they were able to use that account to pay for a 90, whatever, 86, 90 something $1,000 car? That still needs to be open and investigated. That's what I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God will come back to you, your second round on this issue.
Yeah, Stanton, look, it gives me great joy whenever there is a possibility of a window opening that we could possibly develop. But I want to be clear and unequivocal, as Modad just said. This has nothing to do with Mr. Modad. It is not about Mr. Modad. It's about uplifting this country to discourage certain behavior in governance. Let me repeat. They think I got nothing to do with Ami. That's how Ami Pasio. Everything that concerns me is to uplift this country. Liberian people, I want you to know one thing before I give it to Glendy. You'll need to stop this. If Dwalu makes a calculated decision, if I say now, think about it, and I see from Liberian people, when they're moving from there, they say, hey man, the man cheering, you're facilitating the crimes against the people. If a man makes a decision in his own rational mind and his rational thought, and the consequences that are coming to before that man, don't pity him. Pity the people that he would have taken advantage of. At the end of the day, Liberia must be elevated far above every single one of us. If you want to live a luxurious lifestyle, go work for it. I can always say, sell pankana oil, become a millionaire. If your intent is to cause me, Dwalu, to go sell my pankana oil, then I pay you taxes and you live luxuriously, a cushioned lifestyle, I'm not for it. Liberia must matter far above everybody else. Glendy.
So I just like to go on in the letter to focus on the part that Amin talked about character and his family. And I would hope that if he is truly concerned about that he will further this, he will further the situation to prove himself not being committed of any wrongdoing. But I also want to say that I hope that this discussion, this case or this scenario does not just end with Amin Modad, because there are other people that are involved. Yes, the focus has to be on Amin because he's the minister proper, he's the one in the limelight, but there were other people also involved. Also, don't forget about the MedTech people. If they're also involved in doing this, they have to be this has to be investigated. So I would hope that this does not just end with Amin because he decided to resign, but I would hope that the government would take interest in wanting to investigate this to ensure that this kind of behavior does not reoccur from anybody else, and that no one thinks that they have a monopoly on, well, if I give the government 10 cars or 2 cars, if I do this, then I'm able to run through government issues. So I would hope that this does not end with him but that there will be other people that will be investigated in line with this, because now he's going to be the poster child. He's going to be the deterrent. I'm hoping that he will be the deterrent for what has happened now in Liberia, that other people will be careful and that they will do things correctly.
Thank you very much, Gurney. Let me bring in Dr. Poplar will go, then we'll bring in to Fatiga, Paul, and Vendetta Patrick.
So I said on this set a number of times that I thought the president would take action. He may not move at a pace that some of us would like him to, but he will move. I think today is evidence of that. Let's just be clear. For all those who are thinking, oh, the man resigned and fire him. No, this is the modern way of firing people. They call you and they say, listen, the thing they embarrassing people incorrect. So you got a choice. 1, resign, or 2, be terminated. But say, look, this is not about shaming somebody. It's about solving the problem, removing the distraction so that we can move forward. Don't forget, folks, the commerce minister is important to the economic development of the country. He or she is very important. You know, pricing in the economy affects value of dollar, okay, and purchasing power. So if the commerce minister starts getting involved in this and that and becomes, you know, a questionable person in his performance, you remove them for the greater good. And I think that's what happened. I will hope, though, that this is the beginning of some cleaning house or some the president, press secretary said there'll be firing, suspending, and reshuffling. So I'm thinking this is just the beginning. I said before the president will act, I'm waiting. I think some more actions are coming down the pipe. At least I hope so.
Thank you, Robert. Definitely so. We can confirm and double confirm more to come. Thank you, Dr. Bopla. Fadiga, talk to us. Welcome to the show.
Well, nice being back here today to see all my esteemed panelists. Look, something important happened here today. Amin Modad did something that probably 99% of our people will not do. He resigned. We saw a time in this country where we protested for 25 million, nobody resigned. We protested for missing container, nobody resigned. Amin said something in his letter. He said that if I'm going to be a distraction and to safeguard my integrity, and if I'm going to be a distraction for this government, I'm going to resign. But he also said something again, that there were no malfeasance. And that's my main concern. Did Amin commit a crime? Amin made a terrible judgment call. In the West and everywhere, sometimes even you don't even have to be the perpetrator. If you are a leader of an institution and something happened on your watch, in America and in most developed nations, it is customary that the leader take the blame. This time it was Amin. He made some terrible decision. Does that amount to a crime? No. But because he understood that he made that decision, and that decision affected a lot of things, and he has become a distraction in this country, Mr. Modad decided to resign. That decision also affected his family. His children being attacked while in vehicle, people running, trying to hit the vehicle. He's a family man. He got beautiful kids. I'm sure he took all those things into consideration. When I sit with him, I know those are things that he valued dearly. So I sit down today proud that he made that decision. Now that he has made that decision, I hope we'll be able to move forward and do the business of governance and rescuing this country as we were elected to do. And I'm glad that he has put this distraction aside, and tomorrow we can talk about different things. And I look forward to that time.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. Thank you very much, Fadiga. Paul Kennedy, please talk to us.
Good evening to the Liberian people, and good evening to my fellow panelists. Did Amin do the right thing as a president? Yes. Did the president act? Clearly, no. From the letter I just saw on the screen, tells me that deliberately out of his own conscience decided, because there's noise all over the place, he will resign. Does that deter anybody from going further to take anything? The answer to that question is no. Now I see if I'm in government, I want to steal, I just go ahead and steal. LeBron make noise, I resign. But that does not stop me from getting reappointed in a government position. I could still go ahead and get appointed because Amin's letter is an evidence that he has done nothing wrong. In fact, he clearly stated that in his letter. There is no malfeasance, that he's only resigning because he chooses to do so out of the effect that he does not want to create disturbance in government operation. Government got no claims on Amin. What I expected this president would do, the other day, Stanton would take 20 calls on their show. 18 of the 20 Liberian people say, fire him. That was the call. Go back to the records. But the President Bwaka today again just showed me that he's not listening to the Liberian people. Instead, he made Amin to make a political gain. If tomorrow I become president of Liberia, I can still reappoint Amin as the Minister of Commerce, and nobody can argue that he did anything wrong. You cannot prove that. And right now, as we are speaking, there will be other government ministers or people in government agencies that will take things. And once they see that they are about to get prosecuted, they will resign and clap their hand and blow whistle and say, I am the hero. That's how Amin has walked out tonight. Amin is the hero tonight because we have a president who really did not act. I mean, I get it. They say you're in New York, so you can't fire anybody from New York. He comes back from New York. He's in the country, and so he's about to fly somewhere else. But then he gives them put dismissal letter. Who did not hold it? And then, you know, they put out a resign. But what kind of story is that? That story does not paint a picture of leadership to me. It really does not. And everybody's talking about Amin resignation. Amin should be clapped for as the hero because he deliberately decided he's going to resign. And no government official, not even the president, has anything on him until it's proving so. So let's be clapping for Amin instead of saying, oh, the president did well. We are assuming that the president wanted to fire him. Did the president fire him? No, the president did not.
Thank you very much, Paul. Paul, let me see your two hands. Can I see your two hands? Can I see your two hands?
Why are you trying to see my two hands?
Clap for Amin. You got hands. Clap. Don't wait for us to clap. You can clap for him. Good. Good. That's great. Now we can move on. I just don't believe anything you just said, but that's your own opinion. If the president wanted Amin to stay on the job, Amin was going to stay on the job. It's not a loud part of sedition to deceive you tonight. Something they didn't do all these years, the president did. But we'll come to it. No, you have your time. No, you have your time. Lano/CDC Samuel 12. You have your time. Don't bring that thing on the show tonight. Don't bring that thing on the show tonight. Don't do it. Fadela Patrick coming. Fadela Patrick coming. Don't come talk about that time with clap for Amin. You go and clap for Amin. Clap for Samuel 12. Clap for beating you in the election. Clap for them all. Fadela Patrick, talk to me.
Yeah. So I think Paul makes some sense. It's undisputed.
I hope your internet is strong tonight, though, Fadela Patrick.
Forget about me, CEO. Just leave me.
I hope your internet is strong tonight.
Yeah, but you know, I think Paul is making sense too. The bottom line is, it's a critical time. But I have a contrary view. I still don't believe that the resignation of Mr. Modad is a conclusion that he has left the Ministerial of Commerce. It's the prerogative of the president to accept the resignation. The president can reject the resignation and say, go back until I feel very comfortable. So until I can see that acceptance of Modad's resignation by the president on the Executive Mansion website, I will be hesitant to make any kind of statement for now that he has left. Because when an official of the CBL resign, it is clear that the president accepted her nomination, her resignation, and it's on the Executive Mansion website. So let's wait and see as to whether this president is going to accept the resignation of Mr. Modad. That means he's intentional about his action. Again, we say you work at the will and pleasure of the president. You can choose to resign. The president will say, I don't agree. So we can talk plenty here. It is the prerogative of the president to accept, resignation, because this president is on record. When the deputy central bank governor resigned, this president went on to say, I accept your resignation. So it means he was intentional. In this case, this president has not spoken. We don't know what the president is talking about. Maybe there are rooms, but again, I think something necessitated this resignation. You see, I honor the job we are administration.
You got your 1 minute 30 seconds, my brother.
But people spoke here, but why CEO, you don't always give me time.
You gotta always follow the time. You can't follow.
Okay. We were told to respect the elders. I will hear for now, no problem.
Oh man, you know what? You're a bunch of
that's a bottom line.
You're a bunch of
No,
I just want you to observe. I want you to observe the time when you're speaking.
Listen,
Can you do that?
I have a timer on my computer, and it is time 2 minutes. Once you give me a chance to talk, you see most of the time I'm delaying. I want to set up the time. So I just went 1 minute 26 seconds. You say
okay. Use your other 34 seconds. Go ahead.
So, like I was saying, until this president can accept the resignation of Mr. Amin Modad, he still remains, a presidential appointee, of the president, because he works at the will and pleasure of the president. It is his desire to say, Mr. President, I don't want to work. It is also the president's prerogative to say, you know what, I agree, but I don't accept your resignation. Go back to work. That's it. The second thing is, I think Mr. Modad himself inflamed this situation. When the situation occurs, and I think this is a caveat for everyone working in government, whether you are a minister or head of agency, if you are faced with a major problem, the first thing you need to do is to sit with your director of public affairs and analyze. This is the situation that surrounds our ministry or agency. These are allegations leveled against me or my deputies. Sit down, solicit views. Let the director of public affairs come with a public statement. The minister or head of entity should be the last person to speak. But I think when Amin spoke, apparently he opened more doors for questioning. And that's why the LRA came in on serious defense of its own integrity to put him under the bus. So again, I respect his decision, but until the president can officially accept a nomination, he still remains a presidential appointee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Again, listen, Liberia people, let me say this. Fandela Patrick, sympathizer of CDC. Augustin, CDC sympathizer. Paul Kennedy, CDC affiliate. And the rest of them, you can figure out.
No.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
You have to be clear.
Let me finish.
No. I will not let you to go on this. I remain very unapologetic. I am a supporter of Councillor Tianwon Gonglo. I still believe he's the right person to lead this country because he's a man of integrity. He's an iconic leader. And
thank you very much, Fandela Patrick. Again, I will go back. I'm entitled to my own opinion. He is, but I will go back to this. Our undercover Nicodemus CDC supporter. He traveled with CDC at night, and in the day he pretended to support Tianwon Gonglo. So let's move on. Uncle Sam, did you bring your socks?
I will never bring my socks. Joe Walker.
You gotta eat your socks.
Walker, listen to me.
Uncle Sam, be a man with integrity. 71 years old, going to be 72. Speak truth to power and allow your grandchildren to respect your words. For your words have meaning. You have to bring that sash and you have to eat that sash on set.
Did Joe Boca dismiss Amin Modad?
Yes.
No.
Uncle Sam, you said Amin wasn't going anywhere. The whole world watching you. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are watching us, please pay attention. Uncle Sam is about to eat his sacks on live TV. Uncle Sam, you have to do the right thing. You told me you were going to get a clean socks. You're going to bring it on the show. And your words, the people got to respect you today. You must eat that socks on TV. Amin Modad is gone. Where's the socks?
Okay. My fellow Liberians, my name is Samuel Polypheus Jackson from Soniwen and Gaytown and New York City Housing Project, Marcy Tompkins. Joe Boca is a feckless old man. Joe Boca cannot make any decision. Joe Boca continues to be an indecisive leader who's demonstrated over the last 50 years that he cannot take any decision in his life. Let me explain something to you. Amin Modad, my friend and my brother, did something to redeem Joe Boca because Joe Boca is feckless. Joe Boca is indecisive. The trip he took from whatever it is, when he was in Lofa to Monrovia, Joe Boca is not a leader. He's not a leader. Joe Boca is not a leader because of the following reasons. Anywhere you are, the presidency goes with you. Amin Modad did something very honorable. We must tell him thank you. Wata's son did something to protect the integrity of the Unity Party government. Look at all the outstanding, egregious transgressions of the Unity Party. Inaugural funds, $600,000. We know what happened to it. The buying of 5 cars, stealing pensioners' money. We don't know what happened to it. The egregious attempt to steal tens of millions of dollars from taxpayers, 285 machines. Mamaka presented an invoice upwards of $80+ million. Look at what has happened to the most upsetting problem in the country, this biggest social crisis in Liberia, drugs. He has done nothing. He's been in Liberia for 3 days since he made that Kakamimi speech about he wanted to go into a wheelbarrow. I said, Jackson will not eat my socks because Joseph Boca is indecisive and Amin Modad try to save him. No, I will never eat my socks. If Joseph Nima Boca had called a press conference and said, because of the whatever,
thank you,
Amin Modad, I have fired him, I will eat my socks. I said he will not fire anybody. Did he fire anybody? Did he fire anybody for the $22 million that was illogically and irresponsibly spent on the road to the southeast where people are going to the Ivory Coast today?
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. It's good having you. It's good having you, Uncle Sam. Thank you. My fellow Liberians, we're going to take 10 calls before we go to our sister Jackie. You listen to everybody, especially Uncle Sam. If you're sitting by your grandfather, your grandmother, just look them in the eyes. If you're sitting by your parents, just look them in the eyes and see whether you expect truth from them. I respect Uncle Sam. There's a reason why I call him Uncle Sam, that he would do what he said because his word should be his bond. Everything he just said about Joseph Iman Barker
is of the opposite. He only expected Joseph Imabwaka to continue in the game of massive corruption that started in 1979, 1980, when Uncle Sam was free from prison. Supported Sami Kedo, brought him to power, and the rest is history. Because this president is fighting out those cartels. This president is creating a new Liberia. So you're going to have Uncle Sam to say what he believed. 6 years he supported. He worshiped. He honored George Manawea. And we know how that story comes to the end. 10 calls only, guys. Whatever in this world you're calling from, just speak to us as we close on this one. 10 calls. The number is 609-649-4206. Your name and where you joining us from?
The number is 609.
Can you lower your radio and talk into the phone, please? Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Spoon. My name is Arthur Guinness. I'm calling from Virginia.
Arthur, talk to us.
We are listening to the news about Amin Modad resignation, and that's a good thing. But I believe that that's not the end. I believe that in order to get other things to be solved, that vehicle need to be confiscated and returned to wherever place they were purchased, and that money transferred into government coffers, and they can be directed to do other things within the ministry.
The vehicle is at the Commerce Ministry right now as we speak.
But it's going to be used by another person. Are they going to return the vehicle?
Well, we should wait and see. No, we should wait and see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, boss. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Musa Kida from Minnesota, specifically Waterside Market.
Talk to us, Musa.
And I enjoy the show. This is exactly what you do. When someone deflects your argument regarding what happens for the day, then you try to do for a person's background. Oh, if someone sees this, if someone somebody. You are my brother, you're my friend. But what Mr. Daxi and everybody they got said from Bakuru, it's true. I mean, without resignation from the government, it ends the story. And that does not end corruption in government. That's what we should be focusing on. It should not only be Amin Modad. President Baka should have fired Amin Modad, cover the investigation, and before get the prosecuting to set a good example. But until then, this is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa. And stop calling my phone, please. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, my name is Roland. I'm calling you from Media, Pennsylvania.
Roland, talk to us, please.
I just want to thank the former minister for his.
I'm sorry, Roland, we're losing you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Your name?
Mr. Waterspoon?
Yes, sir.
This is PC Colon Jr., and I call you from Texas.
Talk to us, Mr. Calon.
Hey, I think you guys are all right on the show. Uncle Sam is not going to eat his socks because he was right. So, Amin Modad resigning is not an issue right now. How is he going to be persecuted? That should be the issue. 1, 2, Gillespie is still in the position. What's wrong with Gillespie issue? I see you guys have left that issue, and you guys talk about Amin Modad until he resign. Can we go back to the Gillespie issue so he can resign too?
That's our next conversation, Prince.
Yeah, I think it's the only way these guys will be leaving office instead of resign, because the president is not going to fire them.
Thank you very much. Again, we're going to take 2 more real quick. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, I'm Samuel McBoro Hernan, calling you from the state of Iowa.
Talk to us, Samuel.
Yeah, I think Mr. Modad did a more honorable thing than the president. But the specific reason I called his tent on, please, why you let go so much? There is no way his ministers and directors can be failing us, and you keep making us to believe that President Joseph Boakai is innocent to the entire program. So please let us hold both the ministers and the president, because he's the captain of this ship, accountable for wrongdoing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate those calling. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Peter
people. Calling from Trenton, New Jersey.
Talk to us, Peter.
Yeah, I want to say thank you guys for the show. And then, Amin Modad kids who serve as deterrents to who want to commit that act. And then, this show should be like, his topic should be something to be discussed, not attacking personality, because in itself is a topic, and this is an issue that we should sit, you guys should sit and discuss and bring some expertise.
Thank you.
With respect to that issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to take the last one. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, Stan, my name is Steve. We say I come from Fargo, North Dakota.
Steve, talk to us, please.
I think Stella, you got his wrong, and Paul is right, and then Uncle Sam is right, because Joseph Boga did not ask the man for his dismissal or did not fire this man. This man did it on his own because he wanted to save his name. And I think the president needs to start taking action around here. As Patrick said, let's wait and see if the president will accept the resignation or not.
Thank you. Thank you, Steven. Again, I want to say thank you very much, Steven. It's cool having you, my brother. We want to say thanks to everybody. Again, we want to say thanks to everybody on set. While we move on to continue the show, I want to go to our sister, Jackie. Jackie, how you doing? It's good to see you.
Hello, Stanton. Hello, everybody.
Jackie, we can hear you. Talk to us, Mama.
Oh, okay. Listen, I am looking at Sam Jackson post from 2 days ago, where he said no one can question the patriotism, honesty, and human decency of President Joseph Newman Boyka. Sam Jackson, you wrote that. You know very well, and today you're talking something else because you're too embarrassed to eat your socks because Stanton is telling you to eat your socks because you walk back on, your words now completely the opposite of what happened today. So I'm sure you're talking today is because you're embarrassed. You don't want to eat your socks. So that's okay. But on the public platform, Facebook, those were your words about President Boyka. So having said that, listen, the president promised the Liberian people when he was running for office that he will rescue this country. And the last time I was on the show, I said, yeah, the president may not act as in the way that we expect him to or as fast as we expect him to. That's because the president likes to look at things from a holistic stuff. It's not just because it's in the press or it's in the media and because it's released in the media that we should immediately act. The president works behind the scene to look at everything, analyze everything that is going on, get a holistic view on what is going on before he acts. There are two ways to dismiss people, if at all a person is dismissed. One, a CEO or head of a country can tell his appointee, say, put your resignation letter on my desk. I want it this morning or I want it this afternoon. So while we really don't have all the facts surrounding the commerce minister's resignation, it's possible that the president did say, hey, put your resignation. That's another way of saying, hey, I'm going to relieve you of your duty. So for people to come on here today and assume that the president has not acted or he's not acting or he's not paying attention to what is going on behalf of the Liberian people, it is completely wrong because the president understands what is going on. I was in New York with him and I saw something in JMB that made me think that, hey, things are unfolding and things will continue to unfold. This is his first year. He's taking his time to trust the people that he appointed. And when things go wrong, he calls them privately. It doesn't have to be publicly. And he looks at them, he giving them a chance. And at the right time, he is going to act. And he's already acting. Under we are government, how many people even the first year left office? Right now in JMB, 9 months in office, you have 3 ministers. who have resigned for one reason or the other. Yeah, Boyman Kamara, the first one was the defense minister, and now you have Mr. Amin Modad, who has turned in his resignation, probably because of the action of the president. And we will know more as the story goes by. But the president, I must say, is determined to make sure he transform and reform the country, and he will do it on behalf and for the Liberian people. So y'all just wait and see, because it's going to happen.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Guys, let's jump into this thing as we move to the next conversation. Folks are asking, Amin Gon, what next? We still got Abdullah Kamara, LTA. We still got Double Jada, LRA. We have Rodan Guinness, and we have many of them out there. We will be bringing their names, the mismanagement of government funds, the issue, which is so big, stuff right now that we will talk about, and I hope we can get to how you call him, Bill McGill Jones. Bill McGill Jones, the document is very clear. And what makes this important, folks? The document is very clear that Bill McGill Jones receiving a DSA. Bill is saying, no, I didn't. But I want us to take a quick look at this story, because I want us to, I hope Bill can call, let me send him the link. This is one of the documents from LFA. Number 2, Bill McGill Jones, Deputy Minister of Finance, Liberia National Team Delegation to Malibu, Equatorial Guinea. When I put this story out yesterday, Bill said, I'm not going anywhere. My name is not on anything. Bill said it, not me. Folks reached out to Bill. In my dear brother Fadiga, thank you. Bill told them, say, I'm in Monrovia. I sent this into Augustine Bay Gafwan. I sent it over to Kobangalu. I sent it to all of them. I began to ask questions. Why would the deputy minister be on the trip? Oh, Mo Adi Semaman sent on the message. He's not there. He posted Stephen Johnson in our chat room. Everybody, I said, man, you don't let me put this thing from LFA. This is from LFA. These are the lists that LFA, my sources, gave me, and I'm going to say, and they are saying his name is on the list. He received the DSA. Bill said, no, Stanton, I did it. And Bill began to be very arrogant. He began to be angry with me. Well, you know, I really don't care if you're angry. When I post something, I have reason of putting it up. I said, Bill, I know you are in Liberia. I'm not asking you to tell me. The question is, did you receive the money? How much is the money? First of all, Bill says, send me what you have. I sent him this thing. Head of delegation, Hilary Papisaki. Number 2, Deputy Minister of Finance, Bill McGill Jones. Somebody you call Kodan, referee, Director LFA. Marvin Gray, Assistant Minister of Sport. Anthony Kokwai, journalist, the list coming down, all the players, everything. On the document that was sent to me, the money the same Bill had received, accommodation, was $738. Per them, $404. Total $1,142. Who received the money? If it is not Bill McGill Jones. So we hope we can call Bill. Who chopped the money? He said he didn't go. I believe him, he's in Monrovia. But as usual, did he eat the money and stay in Monrovia? Or somebody ate Bill money? Bill sent me this letter, which I believe is a unique letter. Liberia Football Association, dear Honorable Jones, the Liberia Football extends its compliments and delighted to appoint you as member of the Lone Star Mobilization and Fundraising Committee. Honorable Jones, your appointment is premised on your commitment to the development of football in Liberia and bringing you within the nucleus of it, make it even smoother or smoother. I think that is smoother, something like that. So your inclusion on this committee, I'm not going to get that glasses you want me to get, Fadiga, we will fight this, is well positioned as something. Let me read it from my phone, or if somebody want to read it, fine, we will appreciate.
Okay, let me read it because I'm falling asleep. So this letter is coming from, it's a letter of appointment. Dear Honorable Jones, the Liberian football extends its compliments and is delighted to appoint you as a member of the Lone Star Mobilization and Fundraising Committee. Honorable Jones, your appointment is premised on your commitment to the development of football in Liberia, and bringing you within the nucleus of it makes it even smoother. They should adjust that thing over there. Sir, your inclusion on this committee is well positioned, as your influence and proficiency will certainly attract the needed resources for our darling Lone Star. Kindly accept, Honorable Jones, the assurances of our highest esteem. And thanks for accepting our appointment.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. That's the letter. But what the letter says, folks, I hope Bill can call us and explain himself. We got so many questions. Again, as I said, I reached out to Augustine Gafwan, the finance minister. He can check and see whether Bill received the money. But it's a habit that a lot of folks put a name down, they give them the DSA and they stay in the country. I told you about the story about the speaker. They said they gave the speaker DSA. The speaker said, I didn't receive a dime from anybody, but the speaker name is down on the president trip. Who eating the DSA? Another form of massive corruption. Then when we speak, you want to blame us? And I hope that the minister, Ko Bangalu, can explain this. And I hope that LFA can explain this. And I hope that Augustine Gafwan Controller can explain this, because it's trouble, and it's trouble. It's very bad for our country. Somebody making profit out of this DSA. Dr. Richardson, let's do 30 seconds quick, because we got a very big story.
Yeah, the letter does not explain anything to me about where the money is, or it says that he was appointed to support the football team. The question is, who took the money if he didn't take the money? And you're right. If it going to somebody else's pocket, and it does not belong in that person's pocket, it belongs to the Liberian people, that is corruption. So that's all what I wanted to add to the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Dolly.
For me, it got nothing to do with the DSA or who took the money. This is what bothers me. We have nurtured a culture of corruption so deep in this country that people believe that they can, with total impunity, take money that does not belong to them and walk scot-free. This is the real issue. Now, let's ask ourselves this question. Fendela get DSA. How is it possible that Dwadu even get DSA? How is that possible? These are basic things we can face in the system. It should not be possible. It should be impossible. But we know what we're doing. If we keep the system like this, we can walk it way. Hey.
Again, I can announce that Bill said he's not coming on after he agreed to come on. He said he's not coming on. All right. Bill just texted and said, I'm not coming on. I don't know why he having a change of mind. But did he eat the money? Because what we're also hearing, and document coming in our possession, it's not the first time of Bill to eat up travel money, accommodation, and per them, and refuse to go on the trip. Again, I will compile this document and send it. We trust Augustine Gafwan, and I think he can open some form of investigation. And we're going to ask the people out there, listen, we are chasing everybody from the passion hole. If this is the way Bill can get extra money, then Augustine got to tell us, because he's the deputy minister of finance. I think the minister have to speak to this. Where's the Liberian people money? Even it can be $1 though. Talk to me, Vandela Patrick. You got 30
Yes,
seconds.
I like to respectfully disagree with the previous speakers. I like to respectfully disagree with the previous speakers. As a student of public administration, when you raised the issue last night, I had a time to read on Minister Jones' Facebook page, indicating he did not travel with the team and that he stayed in Liberia. That is a clear indication for me that my attention should now go to the Ministry of Youth and Sport. One thing you just put up here is the letter of appointment that established that indeed he was part of the Liberia national team because he was asked to serve as, I think, mobilization or pressing, letter of appointment. So this established the basis for his association with the Liberia national football team. Now, Mr. Dwali, you have to get this clear. Corruption, people can use your name unknown to yourself to extort money from other people, especially if you are doing some dubious thing. Nobody wants to take the phone call and go find out. There are people who are transacting in the name of the president. Then already I told you there is somebody at the Minister of State, Steve Kuya. He takes phone, he call people, he say, even though your name was placed on the executive mansion website, but don't take the position. Many people have not taken their jobs. Their names are on the executive mansion website. He takes the phone, he called them and say, you know what? Don't take office. So it is possible that Mr. Jones' name was placed there, even though he has told them, I'm not going, but let it be there for the record. Maybe somebody at the Ministry of Youth and Sport is using his name and is justifiable for the fact that the man is, you know, part of the mobilization team. Let's use a name and get the DSA. So let us place emphasis on the Ministry of Youth and Sport and the Liberia Football Association to tell us clearly. They are the only people that can make us to understand as to whether Mr. Jones received the DSA or not. Because the man said he did not go as it was reported last night.
He can't talk here.
No, he wrote on Facebook. I personally called him last night.
Wait, hold on. Let's go through the order, Mr. Fadiga, please. Let me go to Glennie. Glennie, on this issue, man, what say you?
Sometimes VP can really confuse me. Sometimes, I swear, I just gotta talk it like that. Because sometimes when you're thinking on something and then VP will just take you behind the horse instead of being in front of the horse. I can't understand you sometimes. And I really like this guy, marry him. This thing is simple. If somebody put her name on there, if somebody on her name, come out and say it. That
but
somebody put my name there first.
He wrote on Facebook.
But he wrote on Facebook. He said he in Liberia. He did not address the money issue.
He addressed it on his Facebook.
He didn't. Stop. He didn't.
We all saw that post. Only thing he said,
and the man he liked his page thereafter. Yes. He said nobody will go on his page again.
All he said, I'm in Liberia. He did not address that. Okay, if you in Liberia, did you receive any voucher? Did you receive this money? He did not address that. It's simple. Yeah, VP, you went to Harvard. Now we that went behind all of the PSS.
No, hey, people.
We gotta go to the orders. We gotta go to the orders, my brother, please. My brother, please, we gotta go to the orders. The woman catch you there, she says she like you, she admire you, for you to behave nice. And then you there won't be her very again. But man, we gotta go.
So she's there. Okay, let's start on top of her.
In fact, fuck it and talk to me.
So my brother Patrick raised a possible scenario, right? That this man name could have fictitiously been written and money confiscated unbeknownst to him as a person, right? But then Spoon comes out and creates this news. He hears it, and in fact, he just texted to say he's not coming on the show. So the scenario I will lean on Vandela is in a corrupt nature, and we see that there's nothing he's doing wrong yet. He was appointed to the Committee of Sports. Even though he's a Deputy Minister of Finance, he can be appointed to any committee in the country. And if you are asking him to come to serve in diligence of that committee, you should facilitate his being there. So they could write check to pay his way, to give him money to come to the games. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is if he takes the money and does not go. If you take the Liberian people money to say you're going to do something, you need to go to do it. And in fact, when you go on this trip, you should be bringing back receipts for how you use the money. That's what we do here in America. They gave you money to go on the trip. If you went on the trip and used the incidental, that the only money you don't account for, you'll bring receipt for the hotel, you'll bring receipt for anything transportation from the airport. Is he in cahoots with somebody at the Ministry of Sports who decided they're going to put a name down and give him the money and get a kickback and allow him not to go? Is that also a possible scenario? You know, let's look at the entire, because Bill Jones is not talking. The fact that he's not talking means that he knows something, because right now everybody's accusing him and raising eyebrow about whether he took the money or not. What I would do as a poor candidate would be to come on the available platform and speak to the issue of whether I took the money or not. That's what people do. But as we are seeing here on the paper, they said again money. You know,
the man name is there. The man name is on the paper.
So the fact that he's not speaking is in the silent means consent.
Thank you,
what
Paul.
they say in Liberia.
Thank you. Let me bring it.
The fact that he's silent means that he knows about what's going on.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let me bring in Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, your 2 cents, sir.
So, Stan, I want to split my time by commenting on the Amin case. There's much talk
we'll come
about.
back to you. We're trying to wrap this one real quick, Dr. Bopler. If you get nothing to add to this, we'll come back to you.
No, I do have something to add. I do have. I said I want to split my time.
No, we will come back real quick. Can we run through this?
Okay. So this, in this case, you gave the numbers and you said 740, I think, plus 4 something, about $1,100. 2 things. One, we're making too many trips for too many people and the country is poor. We need to understand what these trips do to the national coffers. This is cash on demand. You get the money right away before you leave the country. That's one. But 2, the average teacher makes less than $100. So $1,100 can pay the salary for that teacher in Grand Crew who needs to come to school and teach our students for 11 months. So let's not trivialize these kind of improprieties. Now, we don't have all the details whether he actually got the money, didn't get the money. But the fact that his name on a list suggests that there is a habit here. And I think Dwalu mentioned it. It's so ingrained, people think they can just do these things with impunity. The president himself, the entourage, they're too large for a country this poor. We need to cut that, cap that, and let the money trickle down to the schools in particular and to healthcare sector.
Thank you very much. Bill McGill Jones, again, I sent him the link. I tried calling him. The call got declined. We hope to have it. And I really want to hear from Bill. Listen, that's me. Okay? I'm going to go to Uncle Sam. I'm going to go to Fadika. And then, Bill is calling. Let's see. He's calling me. Hello?
Hi, Stanton.
Yeah, Bill McGill Jones, the Deputy Minister of Finance. Welcome to Spoon Talk. You are live, though.
Thank you. That's good. I'm here. I'm live. I'm listening to you.
Thank you. I'm sorry that you couldn't come on by the link, but we know that everybody listened to you. And let's just clear the air, Mr. Jones. Please do. What's happening with your name on the LFA list?
So, Stanton, and to everyone on the show, firstly, I wanted to be having this conversation with my face being shown on the screen. Yeah, but for some full reason, I can't get on the screen. Yeah, I was trying to download and the internet slow. But however, this is not my first time working with the LFA on the mobilization committee. And this year, you can ask the leg of Zoe Emmanuel Peno, who was then chairman of this mobilization committee in 2015 and 16. I was then Secretary General to him and Geraldine Doe Sharif. We accompanied the team. George Weah, former President Weah, was then Senator of Montserrat. We accompanied the team. We raised some money, and we went to Morocco and Tunisia with the national team. This time around, as part of the formulation of the mobilization committee, I was reached out to again and said they wanted me to serve on the committee. Which one of the committee? They said the fundraising and mobilization committee. And I said, that's fine. I don't have a problem serving on a pro bono process because I'm passionate about sport. Minister Andy Kwame is right there, the Deputy Minister for Sport. He reached out and I said, fine. The following day, he called me and said, okay, we're doing the mobilization committee. We want Mr. Thomas L. Floyd to be the chairman, and then we want you to be the Secretary General, but we'll do the appointment as a member, and then when you go to the first meeting, then you get appointed as a Secretary General. I said, that's fine. I'm happy to serve. He reached out by evening hour and said, to try getting the chairperson of the mobilization committee to travel, who is Thomas Floor, but he's not available. Can you make the trip? And I uprightly said to him, Minister, I'm not able to go because one, just like I said to you, Stanton, on my text message, we were working from, I came home just a few minutes when you and myself spoke earlier. Yesterday, I was working up to 10 o'clock p.m. because we had to prepare for the day one of the cabinet meeting today, right? Day two is tomorrow. I'm also going to be at the cabinet meeting. So the cabinet is into for the budget and the national development plan. So I could not, why is it that the national team is important, but I could not leave the country, given the huge tax at hand, to support the team to ensure that all of our logistical issues were in place, presentations were ready, the arrangement for the venue of the cabinet retreat was ready, plus other national assignments that I have. So I leave the country. And I said this to Minister Kwame, and he said, okay, that's fine, Minister, you go on another trip. But this is a process. Every time they form the National Steering Committee for fundraising and mobilization, it go across ministry and agency. If you saw the detailed list, you saw like my colleague Mo Ali, Amos Stewart, and a host of other people that are on the list. So they go out to people who are influential, who can change and don't have to talk the fundraising. That is my process with this point. So I know since last week, I've had a conversation with Minister Andy Kwame, and I've said to him I was not going, we passed that point, and to my dismay, when I was driving home 10 p.m. last night, I started to receive calls. If you can recall, Stanton, I sent you the first text message at 11:14 last night, 11:14 p.m. Liberia time. To say I heard that you said on the show that I did not travel with the national team, but I received a dime. And I told you that information was misleading, it was diabolical, and it was far from the truth. Because I did not receive a dime, I did not travel. In fact, if you check on my Facebook page, the Minister of Finance and I this morning took a picture in his office while on his way to the cabinet retreat. So I don't know where the misinformation coming from, but I'm sitting home right now from work. I did not receive a dime. Least to say, did I even travel? So I'm sitting here. So that, I think you can do the check on that. So this is just all I call to clarify.
Up the bill.
I never travel.
Bill.
I never receive a dime.
Bill, listen, nobody is saying to you that, and that's why we welcome you on the show to speak. We are all Liberians here, and we should listen to each other. The list I have 40 individuals. We are talking about all of the players. We are talking about the kit man, the masseur, the doctor, the army manager, goalkeeper, physical trainer, assistant coach, head coach, journalist, assistant minister, referee, and deputy minister. Mo Ali name is not on it. Amos Stewart name is not on it. But listen now, listen. Though they say yes, they can be part of the mobilization and fundraising committee, but this document that you have that I sent to you from LFA saying that you were on that trip, funds were, let me finish, my brother, let me finish, I beg you. Funds were allocated, right? And LFA saying they gave to you or to the person named Bill McGee Jones, who's serving as Deputy Finance Minister, $738 United States dollars for accommodation, for per diem, $404 in the total sum of $1,142. Did you receive this money?
Stanton, and I'll say it right here, and I'm on this call, that's why I came here. I did not receive a dime, and I did not travel. And like I said to you again on the call, like I mentioned yesterday, is that the Deputy Minister for Sports had called and wanted me to go on this trip. And I said to him, I cannot travel on this trip. The way delegation listings are done, and you can check it up. I think maybe you can.
You are the finance ministry where the money will come from.
But listen, I don't. This the first thing I want you to know is this, Stanton. Maybe you need to go beyond this point and check further, right? So the LFA sent me an official letter today. I received it yesterday and this morning on my appointment to the committee, right? I received that copy of the letter. I posted, I think I sent it to a few of my friends to post it on Facebook. It's out there. LFA on their official Facebook page. They also publish.
Why today LFA was saying the letter because we raised the issue that you're receiving money?
The letter was signed, the letter was signed October 4th. It's not, it has nothing to do with you. It was signed October 4th.
Did you ask the LFA president, did you ask how you call it, Ko Bangaloo, where is the money that is in your name?
So Chief, Stanton, and I'm saying it right on public record, is open, right? I did not receive a dime. So I want you.
I'm not going to ask. Why can't you tell us who using your name? Bill, why can't you tell us who using your name to take money from the government illegally?
Stanton, and I'm sitting right here. And I'm happy that I'm at the Ministry of Finance, because what can happen is this. When LFA spend the money, right, they come back to the Ministry of Finance to liquidate and bring a retirement report to say, these are the people we spend the money on. Before they get, if they get a next game, before they get money. So I think you should hold your peace, follow up with the LFA, the list of people they spend their money on will come out. If you see my name there, that I receive a dime, you can do anything, or the public can end up and consider that.
But I mean, thank you very much. If you entertain question, I'll bring the guys in or ask them. We can just end this. You would like to entertain question?
Ask a question, I can respond to that question. I won't be respectful to other
Thank you.
on the platform.
And we appreciate you, Bill. Thank you very much. Just on this conversation, because we can bring Bill Magay in for any other thing. Please, guys, let's stick this to the LFA conversation. Dr. Richardson, do you have any question?
Mr. Jones, I just want to applaud you for doing the right thing. You called in to clear your name, and you did. I hope that you continue to do that. And also write back to us to tell us that somebody's taking the money apparently in your name. If that is the case, after you investigate at the Ministry of Finance, you let us know. Thank you.
Absolutely that. And I can give you this. I will follow up to the Control and Accounting General Unit where they retire, when they do the trip and retire it, to make sure that when they come to the list, that there will be nobody need, because they have to be clear about this about card.
Thank you.
And this is something I built over the period of time.
Thank you, Bill. Let me bring in Bill. Thank you. Let me bring in Duadu. You say you don't have a question, Duadu?
Yeah, I don't have a question.
Glennie, do you have
yes,
anything
I do.
to add?
Yes. So, Minister Jones, I have a question, and my question is:
yes,
you heard about this yesterday from Spoon TV about the information. Between yesterday and today, have you inquired from the Minister of Youth, from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, based on the story, asking them, did they issue any money under your name to someone else? Have you done anything in relation? Because the only thing I hear you say is that they got the letter, they posted the letter, but I want to see, what did you do in reference to the money, and asking the Ministry of Youth and Sports, where did that money go, and who's going to receive it, because it was under your name, since you're saying the money had nothing to do with it.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Two things I would say. One, yes, I've called the Deputy Minister for Sport immediately this morning, and Andy called me, and I also sent his number to Stanton for independence sake. I also called the Deputy Minister for Administration, Henry Yonton. I also sent his number to Stanton for independence sake. I made a post last night on my post that Amin Modad. If you go on my post, you will see the Deputy Minister for Administration, Henry Yonton, commenting that I did not receive a dime. I did not go a public comment. I didn't ask. It's right there.
Thank you.
So that is it. I called them and I was clear, and they told me that nobody went on my name. There was no money spent on my name. And that is the information, because I did not receive a dime, and I'm sitting right here in Monrovia because I got national duty to do.
So Bill, you work at the Finance Ministry. They are telling you nobody went on your name. It's true. You are in Liberia. No money spent on your name, but they received them DSA though. So where is it?
So, Chief, this is what I said. what I know about the LFA process is this. They're not giving them DSA and per individual need to give them a bulk check. The Ministry of Finance will release a bulk check to the LFA. When the LFA spend that money on the basis of what they
the bulk check include the amount of people that go on the trip, Bill. Don't do this to us.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Listen,
and then don't try to spin it. The bulk check includes those. If you got 10 individuals going on the trip, they charge each person $5. It would be $50. Yeah, but man, let's just move on, man. Jackie or the guy you want to
clear the point. Let's be clear about it. I've listened when you ask a question, and I respond to your question. And the question is just simple. Two things I said to you if you listen to my opening statement. The way the process is done that I know about, the list of people that are going, when the people return, when the LFA team return from Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, there will be a retirement. A retirement of how many person they pay for hotel, how many person they gave back then, how many person they bought plane ticket for. The list will be there with a ticket stamp, right? That I stay with the passenger. The hotel receipt will show who all slept, and it will be in our retirement. You can also just, like I said, I don't want it to be like coming from me, you be there trying to fix something, because this is an open process, and I know very well I took not a $5. I did not go on the trip. So why should I? And so this is a clear point, and I've said this to you over and again, and I'm saying it back again tonight. That's why I said if you ask them, I sent you the Deputy Minister for Administration, I sent you the Deputy Minister for Sport, I also sent you the Minister of Youth and Sport number for you to ask any of them.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you. We're gonna let you go. We want to say thank you very much. As always, listen, Bill, you've been on the show before. Your explanation is your explanation. Andy Quarry, I've sent him a message already, waiting for him. Maybe they are with the team. I've also sent a message to Ko Bangalo. I called, he didn't answer, and I texted him likewise. I sent a message to Augustin Paye Gafwan. We need to get to the bottom because your name is on the list that receiving money, already amount. Your name is on the list of those that are supposed to travel. We have shown it. Your name is on all these lists, who playing with your name and who chopping the money for LFA. Thank you very much, Bill Miguel Jones, Deputy Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly see you. I got
a comment. Comment. You said those that are supposed to travel. I was supposed to travel. I did not travel, and I did not take a dime, and I'm sitting here in Monrovia. So I would appreciate we go further to get the facts and come back to it.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. All right, thank you. Go ahead. Let me come bring in Fadiga. He been quiet, Uncle Sam. Then we'll go to Sister Jackie. Will bring you in, yeah? Please, let me bring in Fadiga. He been quiet here, Uncle Sam. Fadiga?
Well, I think the minister was explicit enough. I don't have any question for him, actually.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. You got anything to say on Bill?
I just want to basically ask Bill, this look like a serious thing where you Deputy Minister of Finance and Development Planning for a serious country to come and explain by $1,100 because your name was, I mean, come on. Do you think this is a serious country? Yeah? Do you really think this is something that you should be coming to on a national thing to be answering? Eh? Do you really think so? Do you think this is a good and effective use of your time as Deputy Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. Jackie?
Sam Jackson, you never cease to amaze me in some of your comments. Yes, it was worth his time to come and respond publicly to what the inquiries and questions about what happened. Look, even if it's $1 of the taxpayer money, we are, as a people, as a government, should be accountable. And for the fact that he came on to explain, we should applaud him for that.
Since you chose to attack me, since you chose to attack me,
you not give chance, so you not give
I did not attack you. I say you never seen me amaze me. Okay, let me finish talking. Let me finish talking.
Uncle Sam, do not interrupt the woman now. But Uncle Sam, not interrupt the woman.
The first time I quoted your own writing.
You attacked me twice. Let me tell you
I
what a
quoted
serious
your own
content
writing.
does.
Jackie, don't let him talk. Talk your own. Let him
Oh, then I quoted what you said.
Let me tell you what a
On
serious
Facebook.
content does.
What?
You want me to tell you what a serious content does? The
Sam
minister
Jackson.
himself does not come to explain that he didn't get any money.
Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Sam Jackson, you are embarrassed on this show today because the information coming out, you want the bad things to happen. And when good things happen, you are very embarrassed today, and that's exactly what's going on today. Let me say this, Stanton. Finance Ministry, because you want to eat your sack. Stanton told you to eat your sack. You want to eat
But
it.
you say Jackson now.
But let me finish. Let me finish talking, Sam.
But let Jackie talk.
Sam Jackson.
For what?
Say Jackson, you wait for Jackie to talk.
Amin Modad.
Sam Jackson will make you eat that sack, and you will eat it every single day.
You gotta eat your side, Sam. Uncle Sam, you gotta eat your side.
Let me say this.
President cannot take a decision.
The team president you just called patriotic. Are you serious right now? Look, let me say this. The Ministry of Finance and Development Planning did a press release an hour ago. If you go on the page on Facebook, they made it categorically clear, which says the latest appointment refutes appointment of McGill, Deputy Minister McGill, to the LFA, refutes a recent assertion by Spoon Talk that McGill Jones, the Deputy Minister for Administration at the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, has been involved in misappropriation of funds related to the Liberian football. So the Ministry of Finance has already spoken and said there was no misappropriation. Now, let me say what normally happens when government officials go on trip or they are about to go on trip. Yes, there's a list out there. Now, anything can happen. Even if you receive your DSA and you're on your way to the airport and maybe your car tire go flat and you miss your flight, your name will still be on the list as one of those people traveling on behalf of the government. Contrary to the fact that we think that everything goes wrong in Liberia and we don't have a system, there are some systems that are in place in Liberia. If you go on a trip or you don't go on a trip, you have to report on the status of that trip, down to even submitting your airplane ticket stop, your hotel, whatever it is case, you have to come back and submit your report. The controller for your entity that you work with supposed to collect all that information and submit its report to the Ministry of Finance or the entity that provided the funding for that trip. So this is where the check and balance comes in place. And that's what Minister McGill and Jones keeps saying, Bill keeps saying, that when the trip is finalized and everybody has to submit their report, the report now will actually be adjusted to reflect who actually went or who didn't go, or if for any reason somebody didn't make the trip and they received DSA, it is responsibility of that entity that provided the money or the controller now to say, okay, by the way, we know we gave you DSA, but if you have to, and people know that if they received the DSA and they didn't receive it, they return it. So there is a check and balance in place, but the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning has made it clear that this information is incorrect, and end of the story.
Jackie, thank you for telling us about the traveling arrangements, when and the money that is involved. But I don't know if you noticed, the minister said something about bulk check. Did you hear that?
Thank you.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say is there is a list, and that list is there. He said his name is on it. He admitted that. He also admitted that he did not go on the trip. Now, when they're closing the report, because you have to do a report. When this trip is finalized, the team has to submit their reports. And based on that report now, the final report will show Bill Jones did not go on the trip, and it will also show whatever happened to the DSA for his slots. But the man made it clear he didn't receive it. So if there was a check that was issued for his trip, which rightfully so, because all these things have to be planned ahead of time. Or else, if Bill Jones was actually going on the trip, Minister Jones, and he reached to the airport, how will he get on the plane to go to where he's supposed to go to represent the country? But on the back end, when everything is finished and everybody returned, the next day, everybody has to submit a narrative report and their own financial report regarding the trip, along with supporting documents. And that will be filed in the archives, where GSC later on say, okay, I need to audit this trip. All the supporting documents will be there. It will show who actually went on the trip, who didn't go on the trip, why didn't this person go on the trip, and was there any GSA. Everything will be explained in the final report.
Can I interrupt you, please, and give the country some breaking news here?
Yes.
We ran with this story because of what we have in our possession. So it was accurate that Bill Maggie Jones' name was on the paper to go on this trip. It was accurate that he was part of the team, 40 members to go.
Right.
Yes, interesting news. As of yesterday, nobody had received a dime. And I'm not calling my sources here because it's very, very important. Nobody had received a dime. Yes, indeed, Bill Maggie Jones' name was on the trip. They had to replace him with the Assistant Minister of Sport, Murphy Gray. Yesterday, they replaced him with Murphy Gray, and they said Murphy Gray should go in Bill Maggie Jones' place. Now, I asked the question, why? Because we broke the news. So Bill Sturry, like, no, I'm working on this retreat and other stuff. I cannot make it. It's accurate. That's accurate. That's what they say. I don't know the last minute of time why it was swish and swap. I can leave that with you. Yes, the other interesting thing. The government of the Republic of Liberia do not have the money. They never have the money, $406,000 to give Lone Star at the time. As of yesterday, they issued a check to Lone Star, which should stay in the bank, and Lone Star have to credit money to go on this trip, and the check will stay in the bank. So when Bill said when they return, when the team returned, but usually on the trip, when the group come back and they go through the retirement package and look at all the different documents, then you know how much each person received. So again, I would say as of yesterday, whether Bill was going with the team, they brought in Assistant Minister Murphy Gray, and they brought in Murphy Gray to replace Bill Maggie Jones. So Bill, as of yesterday to today, didn't receive any money. I can say that, and this is what makes us credible. From yesterday to today, he didn't receive any money, and he said it right. But how they switch them up with Murphy Gray, and now Murphy Gray is on the trip, and now the government cannot clear the check of $406,000. That's a whole brand new story. But the team have to credit money to go on this trip to Equatorial.
The takeaway from this is that there will be a final report when the trip is all said and done as to what actually happened. And two reports are always submitted. That's part of the check and balance system. The team does its narrative, gives its narrative.
Jackie, this is no system.
Jackie,
this is no system.
Sam Jackson. We know Liberia needs a lot of changes from when there is good, we must say the good and make it fact.
Sam Jackson, Jackie, my sister, the guys want to speak. Let's get to them too. It is important that I get this. And to Bill Maggie Jones, he's not going. He didn't receive the money. The team had other options. They are carrying Murphy Gray. And the money the team had was credited because the check has not been cleared through EcoBank in the amount of $406,000. That's what she said.
Can I say one thing? I have traveled before in corporate America. Sometimes our finance department don't give us our DSA until after we now arrive. So what's strange about this? Sometimes they delay from one region to the other. Sometimes these things happen.
I would like to make an observation that we have managed our system.
Sam Jackson, stop that, man. Stop that. Sam Jackson. Stop that, Sam Jackson.
My observation
guys, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.
Jackson, you will eat this success that you want to eat. You will eat it by force.
If the team, if Liberia or the team does not have enough money to send the team to Equatorial Guinea, why are we adding people who are engaged in fundraising stuff to this trip? You know, what's his purpose of
Good point.
Is he raising money in Equatorial Guinea for the team?
Maybe. Good point. Seriously, it's good.
And you want to cut back. I mean, so there's two issues here. First, I don't know if after he talked a lot, and I'm glad he came on the show, he mentioned bulk check. There'll be a bulk check given. Now, is that bulk check dependent on how many people that are going?
Yes.
Okay, then it is a large check. Your name should be removed.
406,000.
No, he make it very clear.
406,000. Go quick, Vendetta. Go quick, Vendetta.
So before I can proceed, I think this network owes Honorable McGill Jones an apology. Last night,
always looking for an apology.
No, listen, we have to be very clear. Hey,
apology.
Vendetta, talk, man.
We have bonus on integrity. Last night, this platform said that Bill McKay Jones was in Equatorial Guinea, and he received.
No, you missed it. That's not true.
You are
wrong. You are wrong. Patrick, stop. You are wrong. I was on the phone with Bill McGill Jones back and forth. I knew he was in Liberia. Call the clip and play it.
I spoke with him.
Patrick. No, Patrick, let me hold you there. Patrick, let me hold you there. No, I will hold you there, Patrick. Don't do this thing. This is Spoon Talk. I'm going to send you Bill and myself message when we were on the show. And I even reminded him, I said, Bill, I know you are in Liberia. I can give you the time, everything while we were on the show. Don't do this, Patrick.
Forget about travel. You just stated as of yesterday to today, a dime was not received by Bill. We accused him of receiving DSA. So that also, it was a false accusation against him. If we stand for integrity, we should also apologize to him for holding him accountable.
My man, that your man. Go apologize to him. That your friend. Apologize to him.
The reason I'm bringing this
up. Let me bring you up, Paul. No, we're not closing yet. We're not closing yet.
No, but I'm still talking. I'm bringing this out because when in my opening statement, says Glennie accused me. She's disappointed with me because when she expects me to speak in certain direction, I speak in a different way, and I can understand. I knew exactly that this thing would have come up. And thank you, says Jackie, for making it very clear. You see, Spoon, it's a very big platform, like I always say. It was instrumental in bringing JMB to power. When you speak here, you don't know the thousands and millions of people that listen to you. So sometimes it is important enough. When we make mistake, we should correct ourselves. We owe this young man an apology. And
apologize to him.
I want to say, Bill McGay June, as a panelist on this platform, I am sorry for the embarrassment we caused you. This is what makes Spoon TV or Spoon Network to be very powerful.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Patrick. All right. So, guys, we got a couple of conversations to go. Again, as you all can see, this is where we are. Bill McGay Jones came up and said, listen, and I can tell you this, I'm not going to call the person name that I spoke to. But again, it was very clear up to yesterday evening, they had to switch Bill McGay Jones and they brought in Murphy Gray, the Assistant Minister for Sport, to go on the trip. Dr. Richardson, you're right. Why take everybody? 406,000 check is in EcoBank. The check is not clear. 406,000 check. Why take everybody when you know very well that you don't have the money? So again, we will go back and forth with this issue because this is where we should be. I would just want to say to everybody, it's very much important for us to sit back, relax, and have the show as it should be. Bill came up and said, Stanton, I didn't take the money. It was verified that he didn't take the money. The check of 406,000 was clear. The government have to take the team on credit to Equatorial Guinea as of this morning. Guys, one other conversation which is important, we discussed the Amin issue. I want to know now our last conversation within the next 20 minutes. What next? We have Sylvester Gracefield with the situation hanging over his head. We have Abdullah Kamar with his 2.6 million plus LTA problem. We have Double Jala. Should the government go after Double Jala?
We have Roden Guinness and Prince Tamba. What's your say? You have to help us understand what position. And lastly, we're talking about LDEA. Should the president take action before going to Rome, or should the president let it be? Can you please put both of these things in context of this last segment? We say thanks to every one of you that followed in Spoon Talk today. When we see something, we say something, we'll force the government to clarify, we'll force the government to put a statement, because they need to be fair with the Liberian people. I owe no apologies to Bill Magate Jones, and as a friend and brother to Vendetta Patrick, he apologized because he's Vendetta Patrick, not because of Spoon. Dr. Richard said, can you please tell us the way forward for these 4 gentlemen that are standing in the wing, accusation of corruption, allegation of corruption, and that of the LDEA, Dr. Richardson?
I don't think that anything can be said about corruption. These 4 gentlemen can stay in their jobs, or they can resign and say, you know, I did not do anything wrong. I'm only resigning because there was a lot of noise that affected my integrity. The president did not take an action. Though you explained to us, I believe that the president should come out. If that's what happened, that he refused to accept this dismissal letter, he should come out and say, yes, my government will not stand for corruption. I refuse to accept, or I accepted the dismissal letter. And these people were forced to resign. And this is our expectation. This is moving forward. I expect the ministry to work like this. I didn't hear him say that. And Amin Modad resigned because he said of his own integrity and his own protecting his family. And so people can stay in a job and do that. If they steal enough money, they can just resign. That's what I have to say.
Can I ask a question before we go to Duadu?
Yes, please do.
The president, through the press secretary, will come up with a statement. How many times have you seen a president speaking because some folks in the government resign? If the press secretary will come up with, if the president will come, if the press secretary will come up with the acceptance letter and post a statement on Facebook.
And your question is?
Why you think that the president should speak up before you believe that he fired, he dismissed, and he said, I'm at home?
Because
our argument?
Okay. When you're done, I'll answer.
I'm done. Are you interrupting me? Go ahead.
So the question, I'm sorry that I interrupted you. Okay. So the question is, our country, the problem is our country is at a crucial state. We need a robust, energetic president who would speak to this issue of corruption that has been described as a cancer in our society. When something like this happened and we don't know, we don't hear anything, we're hearing from different news sources that these people were, I don't know if they were dismissed, if their resignation was accepted. I don't know. I'm in the air. But what I do know is I saw a letter from Amin Modad that said, I'm only resigning because of my integrity. I'm not resigning because I did anything wrong. In fact, he said he got all the documents in his letter to prove that he didn't commit
yes,
any.
Dr. Richard said a while ago, but do you expect Amin Modad to say I resigned because I stole money, because I bought a car over, $96,000, it was inappropriate? Do you want him to speak the negative on himself as he resigned?
That would have been very, very gracious for him to do. That would
and have you seen anybody that resigned and say I'm resigning because I stole money?
That's the problem, because we allow people to resign, so they will not say the negative thing. Somebody said here, when Amin Modad can go and work with another organization, will have no track record. You would say, "Oh, I resigned because of my own integrity."
Thank you.
People resign because of their own bad doings. People who hold themselves to a high esteem, all can make mistakes, as we have said here. And this, let me just preference this by saying this is not also about Amin Modad. It's about Liberia. Thank you.
So, Duadu?
Any other questions?
Senator.
Yes, sir.
We cannot tell Honorable Bwaka who to fire and who not to fire. Honorable Bwaka will determine whether the team that he's heading, he's the coach of, they are well positioned to implement his vision. But I don't want to forget about this. I wrote this down. People were saying Spoon TV is not a courtroom, or Spoon Talk is not a courtroom. You're wrong. Let me tell you the original court in the society is the public. The secondary court, the court of law, was established after the people determined what is going on. So I am not saying this is where you're going to be convicted. But if the public perceives something very long and it stays in the public and nothing is done by the courts that we set up by law, it becomes the reality of the people. Spoon issue here is, look, if you notice, despite what you guys were saying, we come here, we present a case to you of what's happening in the country. 100 or near 100% of the time, we are telling you exactly what is happening in the country. Yes, every news organization will make a mistake here and there, and the mistake is not malicious in intent. The issue here is there was DSA issue to certain people, and there was initially documented that this individual, this minister, was part of it. The clarity was made that he was not part of it, and we made that clarity here. We move on. This doesn't call for an additional hoopla about the apology. That doesn't wrong if you're wrong to apologize. I want to make that very clear. For Center, the buck starts with Honorable Boykai. He has to determine who can continue on his team.
You're quite correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Duadu. But again, I'm just asking. I understand, it ends with Boykai, it starts with Boykai. Folks on the other side will say, wow, Amin left. Are we going to be quiet with the rest of them? I mean, and you didn't talk about the LDA issue. Should the president put down the hammer, make a decision prior to him going to Rome?
It's long overdue. In fact, I will say this: if he doesn't make a decision and he leaves, it harms the country more because it's been long overdue.
If the president decides, what do you think? Your suggestion, Mr. Duarte, you said this is a place of public opinion.
That's something I don't like to thread, especially when it comes to that decision. But I will say this: the president has sat on this for months. He has all the information. I'm not privy to some of the details of the information that he does have. But at the end of the day, the president has to make a decision. It is not about the president. It's about this country. And the drug that eating the children flesh from the bone. This is what it's about.
Thank you, Eduardo. Glendy, let me bring you in, Sister Glendy.
Yeah, so there's for my comment, while it is that the minister was here, I would like to have the privilege that he has, that his name can be on a list to travel with 40 people, and that his name can just easily come off and be replaced by somebody else. And then we're all thinking that this is normal, this should be okay. That his name was mistakenly there, and easily somebody just replaced him off the list, and somebody just went in his place. So was there a ticket for him? Was there not a ticket? And if this is about publicity, who are we making the publicity to? Equatorial Guinea or wherever they're going? What about the other countries? Why do we need him to go to do publicity? Facebook said he can do publicity there and say the team is traveling. So why did he need to travel to go do a 40 members team? And then we're saying, oh, we need to apologize. I don't understand that. I don't understand I don't understand. I'm sure because he's a minister, he has a lot of perks with him, but it just doesn't say it right that his ticket and everything was changed so quickly to someone else, and he didn't even, and he is saying that he wasn't supposed to be on the list. So and initially, I want to say this to President Boyka. I think Liberian people as a whole want to hear from their president. There have been too many things that have happened, and everybody can come here, Boyka supporters, non-supporters. We can come here and justify as much as we want to say the president is working. But the president, that work that he's doing must be evident by what we see and by the things that he does. And the Liberian people have to see it, and the Liberian people have to hear it. I think there are so many things that have happened in this country in recent times that at least a press conference from President Boyka himself, not the press secretary, not the information minister, allowing journalists to come and sit down with President Boyka and asking questions from different aspects. I think the Liberian people deserves that, and I hope that he will do that, and that we will not continue to hear the different narratives that the different people who support Boyka come on with and say, president is working. The president is working. Let the president come tell the Liberian people, some of these things that are happening, I am working on it, so we hear it directly from him. That's what I would like to say.
I'm sorry. So, my question remains the same. The president taking a decision prior to going to Rome. I believe he want that to happen because the LDA situation is long overdue. Your suggestion, Glendy, Should everybody leave? Should they keep some? Should
I
they
mean,
bring
I
in
think
more thing? Well, what do you think, Glenny? Because we've all been running up and down with this story. What do you think?
there are some things that he needs to address, Stanton. This LDA thing is something that keeps hanging over him. And this one issue with LDEA is the one that's signifying that President Boyka is not working. That President Boyka is not on top of his issues. That President Boyka is not doing nothing. So this issue he needs to address. So come back now and say, oh, I'm going somewhere else, and don't resolve this LDEA thing. What do you expect the people to say? If that is the only thing he addresses, then I hope he can address that, because it is very serious for him to do that. And like I always say, nobody working, whether you're working in corporate America, non-corporate line, whatever you work, no one gets suspended from a job for over 4 months with no redress. That just does not happen. And going to 4 to 5 months, and there has been no actions in the president of which way to go. It's not acceptable, and we should be able to speak truth to power.
Thank you, Glenny. Thank you very much. Let me bring in my sister Jackie. Jackie, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. I just listened to Glendy and the question he asked her. Look, LDEA is an organization, it's an entity of the government. That means it has employees. Even in the absence of the head and the 2 deputies, LDEA is still running. And they are still reporting to the office of the president the affairs of the LDEA. Now, should the president make a decision? Of course. Will he make a decision? Yes, he will. But rest assured that LDEA is still, the staff there, they are still working. And on the other matter, let me just say this, Stanton, and we keep on talking. Look, Liberia, all of us have the responsibility to make sure that our country, our society run the way it's supposed to run. You have the 3 branches of government. You have the 4th estate, which is the media. You have the Liberian people at large, and all of us are supposed to play our part. And the media is also playing his part. Does President Boyka listen to the media? Yes. Is he listening to what the Liberian people are saying out there? Yes. Is he listening to his cabinet? Yes. There are so many things that are going on in the country right now that the president is addressing, both on the domestic front and on the international front. He knows that the LDEA is there, and he has to make a decision on the report that is possibly sitting on his desk. But he also is aware that those people who are acting right now are also giving him reports on the activities that are being implemented and carried out right now by the LDEA. It is an institution, and it has staff, and those people are working.
What would you suggest the president should do with LDEA? Keep them, fire all of them?
The reason I can't answer that directly is because I don't know all the facts surrounding what happened. I only know what I saw, the video. So, but the president has a detailed report on what happens, and I don't have that information, so I can't really make a decision here and say, oh, he should do this or he should do that. But I trust the president, and I'm sure he will make the right decision on behalf of the Liberian people.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mr. Patrick.
Well, CEO, even though I said yesterday I will be moderate, but on this issue of the DEA, it exposes the president's weakness to live by what he preaches on paper. Make no mistake, this is the signature project of the president. He became the first Liberian head of state to do drug tests along with a VP. That was commendable. He declared war on drugs and went on to say it is a national public health emergency. In less than 3 months, 3 professionals, for some reason, they had some situation that was embarrassing. He suspended them. For me, I see all of them, they are great. They have passion. They went to that position or to those various positions with passion to serve. I've had a time to listen to all of them, and interestingly, I know all of them. Like the Fadika, I remember one in the US, very strong guy, very passionate about the job, including my big brother Bauko from AMEZU. You know, these are all professional people, but like I said yesterday, they made mistakes. They embarrass us as Liberians, but we know the situation they work in. We know how things happen. For me, if it was corruption, it was suspended because of corruption, well, I would have had nothing to say. But Mr. President, you commission a team to investigate 5 months. The report cannot come out. As an activist, we believe that just a delay is just a denial. Whether you want to reinstate them or not, Mr. President, for me as a Liberian, I want to know what really transpired. I want to know the findings. Publish the findings. If you decide to let them go, let them go. At least for some of them, we don't want them to leave to go look for a job in other areas. Oh, you were dismissed. Oh, the report caught you. So to clear their names, this report must be published. In conclusion, I'd like to say this again to my grandfather. I sat with you before 2013, and those words are still ringing bell in my ears. He said, Mr. Patrick, whether some of you like it or not, I'll be president for this country. I know I was like, but what are Papa thinking about? Thankfully, you are now the president. And you went on to say, when you open your eyes, he said, the mess that in the country, some of us will not like it because you'll be very drastic. I still believe that this president can do it. What I don't agree with is the fact that the time is still too short. There's no guarantee that the longer you stay in office, you change this country. If that was the case, Africa would have been developed, because we have seen leaders, they stay more than 3 decades in power and still their people are poor. The same thing happened in this country. So, Mr. President, you have to act. For me, it's no longer about appointing the people or keeping them, but you are violating their rights. Just a delay, just a denial. And you are a man of integrity. You won this election on the basis of constitutional mandate. And the Constitution protects the rights of every citizen. So you can't suspend me. You can't give me clearance as to whether I am innocent or not. Do you know how many speculation people are carrying out? Mr. President, I am interested in the report. I'm told the report is on your desk. Please act on the report. If you want to get them back, fine. You don't want to get them back, fine. But I'm suggesting I want you to use them. They are very useful in society. Whether you carry them to the same place, I don't know, but they are useful. And they will help you a lot. Don't throw them away. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, CEO, and to the Liberian people that always follow us. Listen, the Western countries are great today because they have watchdogs, institutions like the media that really hold their leadership to be accountable. And Spoon is becoming that in Liberia. I mean, other media, Inquirer, newspaper, and the rest of them. Without these institutions, some of the argument we are having here today will not even be having them. No one would have known that Bill McGill Jones' name was on the list going anywhere if Spoon had not brought it out. Look, in the society of transparency, there needs to be accountable institutions that bring people to light. Because normally, the folks themselves will not want them. Many of these things have been done in Liberia and gone uncovered. And let me agree with my sister, Jackie. Some of these laws are there. The policies are there. Liberia has some of the best policies on the book. I've read several of them. But are they actually happening the way it's written? The answer to that question, and every one of us on this platform here know, is a big no. People use these same policies, circumvent them, and benefit themselves. I mean, let me tell you what I would do if I in June's case. I will put my name on the list. I will take the money. I will not go. When they come back and do their reconciliation, I put the money back. If I don't have any link with the elite. If I have link with the elite from FA, that money is gone. Even though there's a reconciliation when you come back from the trip, sometimes it takes months before any reconciliation is made. I know it because I work also in the Liberian government. So we need to strengthen these systems. Outside the system, people will always continue to maneuver and take advantage of the Liberian people, and that's why we are on spoon. Minister Modad's resignation, according to the evidence I have, was something that was deliberately done by Minister Amin Modad. Nobody is responsible to take the credit but Amin Modad. If the President Bouaka actually is serious about Amin Modad, now, based on the allegations that are on the floor, Amin should be recommended to LACC. Double Jala should be asked to resign and also recommended to LACC. Amin is not in this thing alone. If without double signature, Amin, we're not going to get a dime. Why are we under pushing fire behind Amin and not saying anything about double? Double Jala should be resigning too. You know, but these are the kind of things we are talking about that makes people to think that Spoon is hunting or singling out people. We're not. In fact, Spoon is only showing the light in the dark. That's what Spoon is doing right now. There are so many things, people got blanket in their hand, trying to cover up things that Spoon got torchlight showing on. So I beg you, my people, you don't get better with us. We are doing this thing to bring accountability, honesty, and transparency to Liberia. And finally, the reports for the drugs DEA team has been on the president's desk. Nobody on this platform has an ounce of the power the president has to make decisions, and this platform does not intend to tell the president how to run his office. But we are the Liberian people. We want to know. And where there's a lack of information, the people will speculate, and that's what's happening. Stanton and Carrier, President Bouaka, so many places, they made an old man to take drug tests without any parameter of what they were measuring in the drugs. He just went and sat down and took drug tests. The old man is moving around the world telling people to take drugs.
Why he calling my name? Was I in Liberia, Jackie? Was I in Liberia?
You are interrupting me.
I don't want that coming from Paul. It doesn't even make any sense. You are a health practitioner. How can you say no measurement? You take drug test. You take the drug test.
What are they looking for? What are they looking for?
Let him finish, Glenny. Let him finish.
What? No, Glenny, come back.
No. We have the last one. Finish.
When you go here to do drug tests, there is the set parameter of what particular chemical substance in the blood they are looking for. What are they looking for in Liberia? You can't just go and do blood tests without setting a parameter. I know it because I've done several blood tests and I've administered several. So let's come back.
But Paul, the doctors were there. What do you mean? What are the parameters? No, Paul, that's not a fair statement.
Sister Jackie, we gotta go.
I've never interrupted anybody before yet. I'm very respectful to everybody here. I don't interrupt you. You don't interrupt me. I beg you. So instead of not carrying the old man around and he's just making you do things. If you are going around the world and telling people that drug is the #1 priority, you should have administrators sitting down there at that agency, making sure they are conducting the daily activities of the Liberian people. You can suspend people 5 months, and up to now you are not putting anybody there. And somebody can talk about there's a hurricane that is working and reporting. If that hurricane was essential, they would have not appointed any FDA director. So we need to stop. Liberian people really need to follow because things are getting wrong in the country every day. We want a new system.
Thank you.
These things are possible. Let's just work and ensure that our people are benefiting and not shortchanged. That is all the appeal I'm making.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Dr. Bople, please solve this thing. Make it count for us, please.
Thank you, Stanton. So, for all those who keep saying that the president didn't fire him, he resigned, I want to ask you to walk back shortly. When the story first broke, the former minister came on Spoon and tried to his name, and he refused to take questions, and he got off the call. He was in the news. For those of you who are on ground, he made headlines in the papers. He was defending himself. He was saying that the party was not standing by him. The party chair came and said, we're not going to stand by people who are doing wrong. So it was a fight. That doesn't sound like a person who, after all of this, and the president returns, and all of the president, by the way, Spoon is doing the absolute right thing by simply raising the issues. But folks, Liberians are talking. I listened on the radio. It was on the talk show. Other people are writing it in the papers. So he comes home and then he said, the president didn't do anything. The man resigned. That is pretty naive. People resigning this way is done all the time. You done that. I call my staff and I said, look, XYZ ABC, handing your resignation. And that's exactly what happened in this case. So I think it is a move in the right direction. I would like to see the president have those conversations with a whole lot of other people, because I think he need to clean this thing up a little bit, build confidence with the public, so that his agenda is not arrested. He's on the right track, but there has to be more of this. And I'm looking forward to more of these kinds of resignation/termination.
Dr. Boblet, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Uncle Samuel Jackson.
Well, thank you very much. I don't understand why rational people would believe that the resignation of Amin Modad says anything about the character, decisiveness, and leadership of Joe Boycott. He came on Sunday. He spoke for 26 minutes. He never mentioned anything about the major issues in the country, outstanding issues in the country. He never mentioned LDEA. He never mentioned the Ministry of Commerce. He never the 285 machines that he said Double Jala will find the money. This is October, going into the dry season. We know nothing about what's going on with the 285 yellow machines. They're mothballed at the PTC. Mothballed at the PTC for several months. He never talked about anything outstanding. Nothing outstanding in the development of the country. He never talked about the bad roads in the Southeast. He never talked about anything. All the president did was commiserate about the bad situation and bad circumstances in the country, bemoaning the fact that he drove from New York to Rhode Island and he saw an orderliness. Chucky, I would never eat my socks because the president bemoans the fact that there's orderliness between New York and Rhode Island, and the Secret Service will not take bribe, and he bemoans that I should eat my socks, I should cave into the decadence, the lackluster, the ineffectiveness, the inefficiency of the Liberian president who's been around for 50 years, cannot speak to his people about the outstanding problems in the country. Amin Modad did the president a favor. He did it. You can't reward President Boycott for the resignation of Amin Modad when he said nothing. He said absolutely nothing. Nothing was said. His press secretary had a whole thing on OKFM. There was no definitive action taken. There was nothing about reassurance to the people of Liberia. Nothing. Zero. What kind of president is that one that doesn't speak to the issues concerning the problem? He's been in Liberia since Sunday. He arrived in the afternoon. It's 3 days, 72 hours after his arrival. And he's been mum. He's been totally mum Zero inflection from the President of the Republic of Liberia on the outstanding issues of the country. Then you want me to eat my socks? I will never eat my socks when the President of the Republic of Liberia is pretending to be a bobo. He's not speaking on the outstanding issues of the country. He's not standing up for the people of Liberia. He's not rescuing the people. And there are many outstanding issues. I, Samuel Polypheus Jackson, from Sunny Wayne and Gaytown, will not eat my socks publicly because Joseph Nima Boakai has demonstrated that he is a feckless old man, indecisive, and running the country on autopilot. Thank you very much.
Whosoever out there that do print media can print something and draw something and put socks in that thing mouth and post it on Facebook to be Uncle Sam, that would be okay. Just take Uncle Sam's picture and put socks in the mouth and just post it on Facebook.
It will go viral quickly. It will go viral quickly.
From 1980, stay in our chat room. I accept it. I'm a revolutionary. You put a sock in my mouth to caricature me, that's okay. I am a son of the Republic of Liberia, an outstanding son of the Republic of Liberia. People know
if you're out there, you can do something on the computer, please do that. 3D something, put socks in. So colorful socks in his mouth, to colorful socks. Socks with all colors.
That's fine.
You put red socks in the woman's mouth.
Well, I would
No.
I would join Jackie.
I'm there for him.
I would join Jackie in
People know my character. People know my background.
Can Fadiga talk, please?
Which one?
Well, Uncle said I would join Jackie in preparing that sax pepper soup for you.
Thank you.
I think you deserve that sax pepper soup.
Put it in more.
Anyway, drink it with Domo. But I would do that. I would create that caricature and put it up there. But I would say this.
That's fine.
So we can share it.
If that's all the Unity Party can do,
you don't be the only one talking today. You can't get blood pressure today.
To caricature me, that's fine. I accept the responsibility.
I got one coming up in the chat room.
They got me a revolutionary.
Eat your socks, Sam.
In 1980, that is a rare badge of courage. That is a rare badge of courage.
Let's go ahead.
Stripes standing
by I know your intention is to distract me, but I will have to speak.
In 1980, we
Uncle Sam, I will have to speak.
Uncle Sam, that piece will beg you.
No, but I beg you to anyone put socks in my mouth, I accept.
They will do it. The people on Facebook will do it. They will put socks in their mouth.
That's fine. I accept. You can put it in all the New York Times.
If anybody do the best one, we'll give you $50 if you're in Liberia. Put socks in your mouth.
$50 on top of it. I will add it on top of it.
Go ahead, Fadiga.
Well, I've listened to a couple of fellow panelists, and I've listened to all the different topics we have talked about today. But I think we are missing something very, very important here. I think at times we confuse a bad decision or bad judgment with corruption. This is a country where the suspicion of corruption is considered corruption. And I've seen good people go down, and I've seen some real corrupt people too go down. But with the case of Mr. Modad, I beg that we do not confuse a bad decision with corruption. It is clear based on my screen went blank, but I will still talk if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
You can hear me. So it is clear that he made a terrible decision, but it doesn't amount to corruption. The letter from Dopo Jala from the LRA was very clear. We have to understand that it is within the contract of the MedTech to make those purchases. Nothing illegal was done. The decision to go above the threshold is something that, if we want to be fair, we have seen people do it, even though they're not supposed to do it. And Mr. Modad did the right thing. He did the honorable thing by resigning so that he doesn't become a distraction. The federal government of the US or other Western countries that we emulate, that we use as a benchmark to measure our governance process, it is a normal thing. Sometimes you don't, just as head of institution, when bad things happen under your watch, you take the responsibility. That is not something we see in this country very often. And Mr. Modad did that today. He resigned. He said, if you know, and I'm sure the president. And the reason he resigned, it was a lot of different reasons. But for people to believe that the president got nothing to do with it, the president weak and this and that, no. The president, I'm sure he knew, but that's several ways people can get fired. People get fired in the West. Nobody firing anybody now. Most time people tell you to resign. How many officials? Most time, except where it's in a case of where a crime was committed. In this case, it is clear that a crime was not committed, that a bad judgment was made. And I'm glad that he took responsibility for it. And I pray and I wish the family well. I hope we can give them chance to heal and let's move on. With Bill Jones, I want to tell Vadala, thank you so much for apologizing. As a media institution, we owe it to the Liberian people to be truthful. Even CNN and other reputable institution, whenever we err, we come out and make it known. I was called by a reputable source that told me that Bill didn't take any money. I'm glad he was able to come here and clarify that he did not use any money. So as a member and a panelist on this platform, I want to apologize to him for our error, that we made an error, and I am sorry that we made that error, and we hope that we'll be very careful next time. The next one that we talk about, yeah. So and someone said the president is not speaking. Look, part of being president, you have that luxury of having spokesperson to speak for you. The president is a very busy man. He has been traveling around looking for all the goodies for this country. Most time he will not have the time to speak to all these different issues. I think when the president came to the airport, he was very explicit. He poured his heart out. He shared a vision for Liberia that he wants for Liberia. He talked about a system that is lacking in Liberia, but he saw in other countries. Whenever you hear someone speaking about an issue, you know that is something close to his heart. So the fact that we are seeing resignation and
that gets self-regulated, they better be going on for an hour.
Everybody thought my voice is that annoying to you.
No, it's not annoying, but when you go on plenty, like a bit of sleep, people say I was sleeping as well. I've been sleeping for. People be talking
because I think I woke you up.
Yeah, you woke me up, remember? Let's leave the thing back.
Because I think that poor with his grashy voice.
But when the women are talking longer, Dwalu doesn't say this.
Dwalu doesn't sleep. When Jackie talking, you can see him just laughing, smiling, and you can see that charm,
yeah.
But I will say this. Let me just close on this. This is now we're closing, right?
But you don't do two closing, one left hand.
I want to say,
it's not a closing. Fadiga, it's not a closing, Fadiga.
So LDA was the last thing. I do not like to talk about LDA. And the reason I do not like to talk about LDA, whatever I say, whether it's the truth, there's something, there are three sides to every story. There is the other side, and there's the truth. I know whatever I say, someone will say, oh, you buy it. So I just rather say my truth. I barely like to talk about it. I respect the decision, the report that was conducted, the investigation. I know my brother is hurting. They have waited for this long, and I think we can wait some more. I think we are close based on everything that we have heard within the circle around the president, that our decision will be made soon. We will wait for the outcome of that thing, and whatever the outcome is, he is the president. He can hire, he can fire. But we look forward to that report, and we know that will be in the interest of the Liberian people.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go on and come back, become a screen window. I'm going to log on and come back. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Let me say to
Stand is sucking the omen mouth, but not red.
Let me say to everyone on the show, guys, please. If Bill Maggie Jones is your friend, or you get any personal issue with folks who discuss on the show, don't apologize on behalf of the network. We are here to help our country. When we see something, we say something. You didn't know that Bill Maggie Jones was undocumented. You didn't know that he was on his way to Equatorial Guinea. We know what's going on. We brought the information. Again, I would say, please, if this network decides to apologize to anyone, it will come from the CEO, Madam Titi Kane. If you want to apologize to him, do it on your own time. Call him. That's your brother. That's your friend. You'll hang out with him and do it. We apologize when it is important, when it is necessary. If we carry on investigation and we know where the investigation is leading, there's a reason why we are doing it. A lot is happening in our country, folks. A lot is happening. I know what went down, and Glenn was so smart to grab it. It was switching Bill's name and bringing in a Murphy Gray name. It was not going and going. Imagine up to yesterday before they did the switches. A document coming out say October 4th. You know when we got this document? That Bill was on this team to Equatorial Guinea. I would beg you guys to investigate situation in the country is very, very hard. But if we come together and fight the system, our system will be right. This is not the first time that you see ministers from other entities joining program to travel, and they will not travel, but they will eat the money. What can't you question? Why someone lied on Funati Kofa and they received over $3,000? Should we call Funati Kofa and apologize to? His name is on the paper. He's traveling with Mr. President to Rome. We shouldn't cherry pick, folks. And I just want to say that I'd like to also share this. Double Jala. People saying whether Double Jala should stay, whether he didn't do the right thing, whether it's a procedure error. Folks, you don't know about LRA. What we discuss about LRA is going to shake you tomorrow. Double Jala knew exactly what he was doing. I have this document in my possession from LRA. It's troubling. It's a criminal enterprise, LRA. It's a criminal enterprise. It's a place that everybody go and just enrich themselves, millions of dollars. Do you really know what's happening to LRA? Do you know how they have transformed Double Jala? I will share some of this document with you. I will put this the spoon seal on it and share with you guys for you to read. It's troubling for our country. Do you know what the president told Double Jala? Do you know what he told Amin? Amin said, you know what? I'm going to resign because Amin know dismissal was coming. The president met him. Do you know what's happening to LTA under Abdullah Kamara? We got to fight the system, folks. If that your brother will come to trouble and you want to defend your brother, excuse yourself for that day. If that's your friend, that's your buddy, you don't have to be on the show. Let's talk about it. We'll give them the chance that we give Bill Miguel Jones the chance to explain, and the people will decide. Every legal document, every official document that come here, it comes from Madam Titi, the CEO. We are just here doing a piece of work. So I will beg you, as professional as we are, I will beg every one of us. If we owe anybody apologies, Madam Titi says she would do the apologies, but I see us owing nobody. I will chase everybody. We will share the information, and you can decide whether you believe the network you're sitting on or you believe your friend or your brother. I'm in talk a car. I'm in never own a car. I'm in love car. I'm in on a boat. I'm never on a boat. We have document we're talking about, but some people saying no, he didn't. Double Jala passed is something. He signed the check. No, Double Jala is just an error. He didn't know he's an integrity outcome. Double Jala was integrity outcome during Malaseli time. Today, Double Jala is not an integrity outcome. I will read some of the issue that is happening in our country on LRA. I will. It's important for me to do so. Some of the issue on LRA will be discussed in the more. Let me get to it real quick.
because I have the document to those things. I just want you to send. You gotta talk about the China Union. All I brought $34 million and another $20 million, total $54 million. Call Double Jala and ask about that. We can go through who gave him all this necessary waiver. Don't scratch your head, and let's just see what's happening. Let's see what's happening on the MedTech and the GOL account, the LRA grid PP, the procurement plan. Let me open this, and I will share this letter with you guys. Who signed on the bank that the money was transferred to LRA and MedTech capacity building fund account? Who all signed on it? You get James Dobajara, Gabriel Montgomery, Samuel Bennett, and Oseka Jipro Gelate. They signed on it, 4 of them. I have the letter over here. What did the letter say exactly? How was LRA pressure to give Amin more money? And Double Jala is in the know. How can he walk free when we have this document? Ask Eru Nete, the Comptroller and Accountant General, Republic of Liberia. It was approved by Anthony J. Myers, the Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs. June 19, 2024. We'll share this document. There will be no way you won't tell us that Double Jala had a procedural error. It was just a minor thing. No, these things were planned. I'm not here to make any friends, folks. I'm here to help the Liberian people. They trouble us every evening. To get this document, we go up, we come down, we do a lot of sacrifices just to inform the Liberian people. So I hope you should understand the LTA issue is not done yet. Abdul Kamara is not done yet. Joseph Boaka, we're at. The Liberian people deserve better. The Roland Guinness issue, I will say to everybody, Roland Guinness messed up. What we have in our possession, he messed up. Misuse of the money that was given to him to face the road in the first 100 days. We'll discuss it. Thank God Amin Modad is gone. We can announce that Samuel 12 case was postponed today. When they challenged the bond, it was postponed to November 12th. The LRRC, I have over 63 account slip. Glenn is 63 of them. People name on it. In the hundreds of thousands that people walk out of CBL receipt. I have 63 of them. On Patrick Woolsey, LRRC. Money that was given to different group and they changed different member, different. They created their own people. And they gave them this money and the money came back to them. You think the fuck corruption in Liberia, you think that's small thing? It's crazy. It's hard, but we make the sacrifice continuously. Let's talk about the LDA. Is the LDA's case is done? Just say Human Burger have decided. I do believe the president will decide before going to Rome. That's my belief. I'm entitled to my belief. The president will be leaving for Rome on the 11th. Today is the 9th. In 2 days, I do believe by God's grace, everything remains stand. And that, please hear me and hear me well. If everything remains constant, the president will make a decision before going to Rome. Before the president go and see the Holy Father, he will make a decision. I do believe so. I 100% believe so. And this is my suggestion. Forgive me because I know AB, I know Fadika. I like the brother. But should I say it? Oh, hell yeah. Let me just say something because we're about to go. I just think that at the end of the day, I don't think it will be necessary that Fadika, Bauko, and AB Kroma, the passion they have for the job to fight against drugs, that passion, like my brother from Della Patrick said, people were clapping on the street when they heard those names. But now this thing that wasted Wasa, to me, I think you can get new people to run LDA. I think you can get a new set of group that have similar or more passion, discipline, professional to run LDA. And I want you to ask me when we come back tomorrow or on Friday. Please do. That's my belief, Jackie. I just think it's just too tossy right now. It's just, the water is too muddy right now. Just a worker will decide. But the decision is done. And I hope people can understand. I'm entitled to my own view. Don't tell me, say, Stanton, I gave a caveat. I ain't give caveat to anything. On the president trip, I will end on this one. The president will leave October 11 and return October 19. On the president trip, the delegation, Jose Yimabwaka, J. Funati Kofa, Sylvester Grisby, Jeremy Pia, J. Alexander Nuta. Agriculture Minister go in the room because it's a full program, I think. Ambassador Antoinette Wolo, Marie Nema, Ambassador Emmett Kennedy, Chief of Protocol, Louis Stamba, the business manager, Dr. Emmanuel Ekingoba, I don't know this doctor. What's his name? Ekiamba, that's the doctor for the president.
Ikinema, Dr. Ikinema.
Yeah, Ikinema, something like that. Terrence T.C. Woods, Joseph Valley, Emmanuel Sanon, Tamba Wanba, and Joseph Blackie. Advanced delegation, we call the name, entourage for meeting with the Holy Father. So they're going to meet the Pope, His Excellency Joseph Yimabwaka, Honorable J. Funati Kofa, Sylvester Grisby, Alexander Nuta, Jeremy Pierre, Atona Wolo, Chief of Protocol, Marie Nema, Louis Stamba, Dr. Emmanuel, the Doctor, and Terrence Woods. Entourage for meeting with the Secretary of State, His Excellency Joseph Yimabwaka, Honorable J. Funati Kofa, Honorable Sylvester Grisby, and Honorable Jeremy Pierre. Again, I'm not going to go in more details about what is out there for the president trip. I know they are going from the 11th and coming back on the 19th. You hear those names that are going with the president. Folks, people respect Spoon Network, and we owe it to our nation to give this information. Even if Mika of the press secretary refused to give it. Don't ask me how I got them. Liberia is too big. People give us information, and the information is truthful. May God bless you from my end. If you want to add anything, everybody got the free 30 seconds. I'm done. May God bless every one of us. Just one thing, just to add real quick, daughter, I know you're coming in. I don't want to forget the Amin Modad car issue. He turned the car over. I will say to you, the car was a bushmeat. People ask me, what is bushmeat? You walk into the dealership of Toyota garage because somebody on the show said they never heard about bushmeat. They are not open. You take a car on a card note. The people say pay $500 every month. You take your brand new car, 2025, $500 a month. The car spent with you 3 months, and you report the car missing. And that car is in Liberia. That's what the people out there that can do called bushmeat. And at the end of the day, you report to the insurance company and say, my car is missing. And the insurance can't pay for your car. Not knowing the car is in Liberia, you sold the car to somebody. I can say to you, it's bad. It's the worst thing ever that can happen. I will stay on the show. We are investigating seriously. That's a crime. Some years back, the FBI went to Liberia and they investigated under Madame Salid, and they caught a lot of people. A lot of our government officials, they are riding in bushmeat cars. A lot of car dealership in the country bringing in bushmeat cars. It's wrong. We know most of them. And we stay here to make those corrections because Liberia too should be better. People in Liberia at custom, people in Liberia in the port, they know. People here, Liberians here working, they know how to do these things. The people are watching. We should stop. We should stop. Let God bless us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow from my end. Have a good evening. Mr. Eduardo and everyone else that reaches in. If you want to say anything, I'm done. The show is over. Eduardo, you want to say something?
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, we're closing 30 seconds, right?
Yeah,
well, Dr. Richardson, let me just close very quickly. Some people said, if I'm talking about Dr. Richardson, you come and say, why you talk about Glendy, guys? The show is 2 hours, 3 hours. We can't cover everything. We're going to talk about it in sections. But I want to say this. And knowledge makes a man unfit to become a slave. The reason why I come here every day talking open with Labrimpo Abo, because I believe if the Abo don't open, there are certain things that will not be kowtowing to people in the country. They're not going to be pandering to men and women who have achieved nothing, but because they get government job, they are being deified. I want them to open their eyes. And I want to say this. I did not elect anybody else in our country but Honorable Boycott. Yes, the press secretary of the Republic of Liberia can come and give a press conference. But when something is pertinent to the society, I expect the president of my republic to speak, even if it's briefly, and take some questions from the press. It's important, guys. The president speaking to the country carries a different kind of weight. It's not the same thing from the press secretary, whether you like this or not. Look, the truth is like a lion. You don't defend it. You don't try to shield it. You release it because the truth will always defend itself. We come here to just speak the truth. Look, if I pull out 50,000 documents or 23 documents and 22 of them are correct, and there is a slight error on the 23rd, does that make the entire document wrong? And it's okay to nitpick out there. The intention here is not malicious. I have one purpose on this network, and I'm almost certain that it's true for everybody else here, is to see this country move forward, not to have Dwalu stalling the entire country. And then you feel sorry for Dwalu. Hey man, Dwalu used to talk for why you're putting me in jail. You're putting me on the bottom of the jail. Look, I'm not too big to go call Pangana, I go say Pangana, or I mean this to my core. I used to clean poo in Liberia. I say this not to tell you that I'm bigger than anything. I have massive sanitation trucks all over the country, polo parties, 50 of them. Then I had 200 of them in the country, cleaning poo across Liberia because I wanted to make honest money. Let them go make the honest money. We shouldn't be taking the people's chicken fee and then we'll go ahead and we say, oh, we don't want the people to do that. If you wrong the people, they might arrest you, put handcuff on you. Me, I want to see handcuff on you. Say, plenty handcuff.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. That's Uncle Sam gets size in her mouth. Again, I just have to share it. Thank you guys for sharing this with us. Please bring more. Make it colorful, more colors on it, and put it in your mouth, good, please.
I want to just tell all of the panelists tonight, thank you so much for coming to spend 3-4 hours here just deliberating on issues, concerning Liberia. I also want to tell the viewers and the listeners, we thank you so much for being a part of this show. All of those who are in some ways risking some part of yourself to provide information to, the Spoon Network, we're thankful. We're thankful. We have to that we live in. It's not an open information society. It's the type of country where you have to dig deeper. You have to ask a lot of questions in order for information to be provided, especially the caliber of information that we present to you. So when we come here, we may not have it all right. I often tell you guys, we have a vacuum of information. We may not have it all right, but we initiate the conversation with you at times. I don't work by assumptions. I'm sure many of you know that. I like to work by evidence. So it is not naive for me to come and sit here sometimes if I don't speak about things that I don't know. It is naive for me to make assumptions about people or about things that go on in the country. President Parker have not spoken about this issue relating to Amin resigning. He has not spoken about issue relating to corruption in the country. And I believe almost all of us on this platform, I asked him to do that. And I don't think that's naive at all. I do know that according to what the facts that I saw, according to Modad's letter, he resigned because of his own integrity. He resigned because he didn't commit any malfeasance, any problem, any crime. He has proof to prove that. And that is the fact that I will stay with right now. I'm glad Mr. Bill Jones came to talk about, his DSE or DSA, whatever they call it in Liberia. But I learned something from that. I learned about the bulk process, the bulk check. And that check is dependent on how many people is going. I also learned that I can ask questions. Why was he going to Equatorial Guinea, especially when the Liberian government cannot afford to pay $400,000? Why was his name on the list? Why didn't they cut it down? And he did not answer, or nobody has answered that question. Lastly, I think the president is in his own right to travel. he may travel and say we'll receive the benefits maybe 2 or 3 years. But my golly, if I can use that word, that's a funny word. There's a prior joke, let him cut down his delegation. Let him go to Nima Kante, Magibi Kante, Bomi Kante, Cape Man Kante. Let him do some of that a little bit. And also, I think it's very important for you to tell us the nature of the trip he's going on. So far, everybody tell me, the president going to Italy, going to, if I get you to see the Pope. The president need prayers? Is that why he's going to see the Pope? Because I one of the first thing that comes to my mind. What is the president going to do? How is this going to be?
Richardson, we got to go. The 30 seconds.
Okay, yes, you can interrupt me. I'm sorry. I will go right now. Bye-bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great show today. Woo, I tell you. Sometimes people think that what we do is easy. It's really not easy. You go to work, you come here, you sit here, they're talking, they're cussing you at the same time on the Facebook, but you stay here trying to keep a straight face. It's not easy. It's because we want a better Liberia. And to encourage, I want to say this, and I want to say it objectively. I cannot vote in Liberia, so my little noise I could make, I made it for Joseph Boyka because I did not want a George Weah presidency. And that does not mean...
Why you couldn't vote in Liberia?
That does not mean that if Joseph Boyka, because I wasn't there at the time, and okay. I wasn't in Liberia when they had the elections. We have dual citizenship rights.
Okay.
Any other questions, sir, before I continue?
No, you got 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Let me continue.
15 left.
With all your interruptions.
You gave up your citizenship, John Boyka, daughter?
Please, I'm begging you. They show you if
gave
you
up
want
your
to
citizenship
end good.
You gave up your citizenship.
That you gave up your Liberian women and go to South Africa. You want to ask me about my citizenship.
You put the sack in the paper mouth.
Put the sack there. Let me be quiet.
That's it.
Oh, CEO, man. Let the thing be in the chat room, man.
I like it. It looks very good. That's a very nice picture of me, by the way. Very nice picture.
But anyway,
I
swear. But I think it's now time. 9 months in the presidency is now time for everyone, Joseph Boyka supporters, non-supporters, to speak truth to power. And it doesn't help us when we all here. We may all not be on the same level of academia, but we all can understand the simple English and the in-between talk. So we got to speak truth to power. The president, the Liberian people have been saying, some of the Liberian people have been saying they want to see the president act. The actions we need is for him to come and speak to the Liberian people and address issues, do a press conference, take questions. We condemn George Weah because we say George Weah was not talking. He was not doing interviews. But Joseph Boyka out of the country 2-3 times, coming to an airport and addressing it. They're not addressing the public. They're in passing and asking questions, he answer questions. Sit down, call all the journalists in Liberia and do a press conference so they can ask you questions of those things that are burning that the Liberian people want to know about. That's what we want. We want to see our president act. And so, we will continue to talk it here. I also want to say to Spoon TV, some of the things, and people may like Spoon, people may not like Spoon TV, but the things that we're hearing, the things that we're participating in it, we cannot ignore that most of the things we would not be talking to Spoon TV and get a story. We wouldn't be. We're not be here talking to my putting tabata there, I can't with my own vlog. What I know about the story, I know about the story. I can't tell my own 1 or 2 things. We won't know it with us Spoon. So the credit goes to Spoon TV. And then also I wanted to last say to my favorite uncle saying, when you're saying that Liberia is not a good country, why is that Jones man coming here to talk to Spoon TV? Why are you here for the Liberian people to listen to you? Why should they hear you? If you think it's not important for him to come and explain and answer questions, why are you here talking tapeta every day, Samuel Jackson?
Thank you very much, Lenny. Thank you.
Thank you,
Look
Afini. Let me leave
look
it.
how mash
Thank you.
mouth.
Oh, thank you.
Wow. Great discussion today. Great show as always on Spoon TV. Listen, Sam Jackson, sometimes I don't even know what to say to you. You said Joe Boyka, the President Boyka, is a bobo, but nobody was more of a bobo than President Weah, who actually said Jesus Christ did not change his disciples. So why should he change his disciples? Some of the clear contrast between Joseph Boyka and President Weah today, because already we're seeing changes within his cabinet, and there will continue to be changes as needed and as the presidency fit on behalf of the Liberian people. Under George Weah, the only time he really acted was when he was forced to by the US government. So let's make that clear. On the issue of Amin Modad, it is sad. Amin Modad has been a successful businessman all these years. He's a capable person, very smart person, and it is very sad and unfortunate to see what happened today, that he was pushed to turn in his resignation. Why did he turn in his resignation? It is clearly stated in a letter to President Boyka, and he talks about that it has to do with the vehicle and what have you. So definitely, whatever decision was made, it was made in the interest of the country, the president, and the president set the tone for this resignation to take place today. So let us make that clear, that it wasn't just necessarily voluntary, but the president also had something to do with that. But we are also honored and we appreciate the fact that he did turn in his resignation. The trip to Italy with the president, there's question as to why is he going to Italy. October month is, of course, World Food Day month. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, which is a unit of that falls under the UN, the headquarters is in Italy. So that's a 5-day event to focus on food. And we know food is very essential. We have issues that need to be dealt with in our agriculture sector, and to make sure that everybody in Liberia has the right and has access to food. So this trip in Italy is very, very important and very crucial, and we look forward to some very, very good things coming out of the trip from Italy as they meet with the FAO officials and other officials of government in Italy. That's very good, and I'm sure some good news will come out of it.
Let me
I
just
want
add to
to
that,
share.
Jackie. Let me add to that. Let me add to that. President Boyka will be given a keynote message to this body that Jackie is talking about in Rome. And Uncle Sam, you know how these things are, and the rest of you. Meeting the Pope, discussing the issue, going to this program. Do you think the president just happy to travel and leave Liberia? No. You think the president is not tired, but he must be there. He must pitch. He must go and engage. That tomorrow when we begin to reap the fruit of the labor of this president, and then you can celebrate. He's going to attend the program. He's going to address the group. He's going to negotiate. Agriculture is his passion. I'm sorry for the president. He's traveling a lot, but he should travel. He should travel, and he's traveling for serious stuff. The UNGA, no permanent member. We can go down. This will be his 10th travel. He's not traveling to go see his son playing soccer. He's not trying to go sit down and sell the country for 50 billion to the Arab people and say, "Can get our free or forest." No. He's traveling on substance. I'm surprised from LSE that you would laugh. I mean, this is about Liberia. This is about the seriousness that we all try to achieve. The president was asked to do this job, and he would do it. Agriculture is his passion.
and he will implement. Jackie, sorry to interrupt you. You can continue.
Agriculture is passion for you. You gotta
Jackie,
just farm in Bomi.
Jackie, I beg you, just continue. We'll come to you, Uncle
Sam,
Sam.
eat your facts. Eat your facts. Look, this year's theme at the FAO event, of course, is the right to food for a better life and a better future for the people, and of course for the Liberian people, as the president promised that he will fix the agri sector in Liberia, and he will do that. Sam Jackson,
Let
you
him
are
make
not
his own
wrong.
farm in Bomi
Sam
first. Let's
Jackson,
see the farm in
listen to
Bomi.
me. Listen to
Let's see
me.
the
You
farm in
were not
Bomi.
wrong when you
Let's see
wrote
the
2
farm in
days
Bomi.
ago. Sam
Let's see the
Jackson,
farm in Bomi.
let's see what?
So we gotta move
Let's
to
see the
Fandela
farm in
Patrick because
Bomi.
it's late, guys. We got about 2 more minutes.
No,
Jackie, thank you very
let
much.
me finish my point, please.
Yeah, Jackie,
Just
hurry up.
1
Thank
second.
you.
Just 10 seconds. Sam Jackson, you were not wrong when you said no one can question the patriotism, honesty, and human decency of President Joseph Newman
But he's not a
Boycott.
good farmer. He's not a good farmer.
Thank you, Jackie.
Listen,
Fandela
the
Patrick,
president
come
did
on.
very well as an agriculture minister, and when he held LP and when he headed
Uncle Sam,
LPMC,
Uncle
you
Sam,
know
yeah,
that. You
Uncle Sam,
know that.
thank
You
you.
know the
Uncle Sam, thank
president
you.
did very well, and he will continue to
thank you.
deliver on behalf of the Liberian people. I would like to thank everyone. I'm glad I came on the show today, and thank everyone for watching the Spoon show today. What information is provided to the Liberian people, and we are here to debate the issues. But let me close by saying that the Liberian people did not make a mistake on November 14 when they fired President George Weah and replaced him with President Joseph Newman Boycott, because he will deliver on behalf of the Liberian people, for the Liberian people, and he listens to everything that's been said, gives it great consideration. He may not move
Thank
at
you,
the
Jackie.
speed that we want him
Jackie,
to,
thank you.
but he will move
Jackie,
and he
talk
will
to
make
you.
the right decision for the Liberian people. Thank you so much.
We all, I beg you guys, let's keep this thing 30 seconds. We are very surprised. The poor candidate for Enfield said Joseph Boycott wanted to take a drugs test, but there was nobody around to monitor whatsoever. He served in Enfield for all these years.
That's not correct. You are not correct.
No.
You
You
are
were
not
half your
correct.
time. You're not close here. You were close. Let me finish. That poor candidate said people were hanging around and the president took his drugs test. But all the years he served in Enfield till he was fired, guess what happened? He didn't tell George Manor we had to take drugs test. But he must blame the president of taking drugs. What a disgrace. Go ahead, Fandela Patrick.
Okay, my man Paul, they want you can debate you. That's true. I stand when they see you. What? I didn't know you were with
If you didn't
Enfield.
losing some of your time,
That's a
you're
good
losing
point,
your time.
Stanton. That's a very good point.
All the years the
You're
message
losing your
sent
time.
Enfield. All the years. The message
And Patrick, is there a reason why you didn't call the president to do that?
Paul, you were close. You were close. But you know what? You know what, Fandela, before you come in, the reason why he couldn't tell President we have to take the drugs test because President we have a drugs user. So he had evidence that he couldn't take drugs test. Go ahead, Fandela Patrick.
I will see you all, and to my beautiful mothers. Oh, the counselor gone. And no says Glendy. Oh, she back. It's good to see all of you here. I'm happy. We did not support His Excellency Joseph Newman Boycott during the first round because I had someone who I still believe is the most qualified, well prepared to take on the task to lead this country from the dungeon of poverty to a place where we can call Liberia. It's no other person but Councillor C. Tiawan Gonglo. I still believe in him. That is an undisputed fact. He remains one of Liberia's most iconic leaders. Having said that, President Boycott is our president. My political institution supported in the second round. And I see some of the fundamental mistakes that were made by George Weah in his first term being repeated by JMB. I am only sorry for those individuals. Like I said, every time I am reminded about September 17, when they said this old man living on loan, they said we agree. This man is an old man, he will not lead this country, we agree. When Liberians were angry To the extent that nothing could change them, they were resolved. They came back. They elected this president. Mr. President, like I always say, it is said that open rebuke is better than secret praises. We are not asking you to go all around the country, but there are several platforms that you can listen to. My understanding is that sometimes people go there, you read newspaper in the morning, you listen to radio, you are still good, you are operational. But the system that you have inherited is bad. You need to be proactive. The other day, I used the word here, I say you have to be legally ruthless. That is to implement the law without fear or favor. Again, we cannot tell you how to run the government. We are not in your shoe. We don't know what is stopping you from acting. But the more you delay to take action, the worse things will be. There are people around you. I don't want to blame them. I'm tired of blaming people around the president. You are a grandfather. You are a seasoned professional for over 40 years. The delay in taking decisions within the LDA, it doesn't represent a statesman who has spent 40 years in public governance to make that decision. You have to act. If they should go, fine. But we criticize them, like I always say, for them, the passion, I don't want you to throw them away. That's my appeal to them. Don't throw them away. Because when you announce them, it's like you announce your squad. We saw how Liberians celebrated them. I don't want to blame the devil, because sometimes if we are giving Satan an opportunity to come on earth and take some people to court, many of all will lose cases. Sometimes based on our personal dealings. We love you. Don't listen to all these people who often say, oh, the people there, oh, spoon can be dictating to you. You know, the arrogance of many Liberians. Nobody should tell the leader what to do. But when you are running to be president, this platform was telling you every day, I guess many of you on the platform, you could call JMB, you will take the call, oh my dollar, because you're looking for power. But right now, when they talk here, they say, oh, don't listen to them. Preso, if you sit in the executive mansion, I'm sure there are pictures of former presidents. One day, I told George Weah, President Weah the other time, I said, one day you will be called the former president of Liberia. Today, a young man, in one term, he left. As I conclude tonight, Mr. President, think about job creation for these young people. You can travel all over the country. You have to be strategic. Like I said, Mr. President, setting up 1810 that will give you an independent view about how the country should run. It will help you. There are thousands of Liberians. They don't want to work in government. They just want that presidential call. To take that call. How can you be a help to this country?
Fandela is done, right? Ain't watching the time.
I finished watching like 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Okay. He's still talking.
So let me know. I'm talking to my grandfather. You have to understand now.
Yeah, but 4 minutes, we gotta go. The woman says
my sister Jackie talk here for 10 minutes. Nobody, because I'm a male now. This is general.
No, Jackie talk for 5 minutes. You 4 minutes.
Let me conclude. As I close, Mr. President.
Every day you conclude.
I know there are thousands of Liberians in and outside of this country. They just want you to bring them under your presidential gavel and give them authority. I know some of them, they can raise 2-3 million in 1 year, free of charge. You can use that to build clinic. You can use that to give loan to our market women across the country. It will be at no cost to the government. And this is what some of your people will now want you to do. Prezo, I want to say thank you. Like I said, we'll be moderate this week. We hope before you leave, you take decision on the LDA, the LTA, the LRA, all the arrow and the L. I want you to investigate, drop a bomb and leave. While we are discussing it on the ground, you are away. Thank you. That's how Ellen used to do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poplar.
Yeah, please let me go next. It's after midnight here in Magidi.
Yeah.
So, good show. And thankful to all of my friends and those who join us and participate. That's what I want to say in closing. 16% of our children are out of school. That's one of the world's highest. About 760,000 children, and barely over 1/3 of them have access to early primary learning programs. And the educators will tell you that that's where you spot potential and problems, and you can best help children. And only about 54% of our children in Liberia complete primary education. Why did I say all those things? The president of the republic have a right to travel anywhere and everywhere. And yes, the president can have an impact when he go these places. But folks, the president's travel is probably the most expensive of all travels. It's time for the president, I think, to be a little more strategic. Use your foreign service people, use your other under people, your ministers and those things, and stay away from some of these trips so the money can trickle down to the children. Somebody got to get real about this. We got to solve the education problem now. When you travel the country, and I did, it's money, 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 lack of resource, lack of resource, lack of resource. But all the trips are on demand. On demand. The cash is made available on demand. If we can muster that will to make the trips, then let's muster some of that will to help the children. Okay? History will judge us harshly. There's no excuse for why our children go to what to go to here. And all of the money are spent in other places. So let's focus on the children. Liberia will be better now and later if the children have more opportunities in this country. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poplar. Just in time. I really don't want to go to Paul Kennedy because I know where he's coming with. Fadiga.
Yeah, well, I'll be very quick on this one. The president is in control. He's demonstrated that he's in charge. It's a case of you damn if you do, if you damn if you don't. Whether the president to take action, resign, people still complain. But that's part of the governance process. People will always talk. As long as we are doing the right thing by the Liberian people, that is what matters. I look forward to discussing something different tomorrow. At least I sat with Amin tonight, and I know one thing he said. He said, Fadika, I feel like a weight has been lifted from my shoulder. He's a family man. He has a very strong wife. I know he's going to lean on them for support, and the family going to get through this. I can see that they are pulling together very, well, and they will get through this. On the other front, there are a lot of things on the president decks. The country that we inherited is faced with a lot of challenges. Some of those things cannot be said on air. Some of those things, they say government is continuity. So we have to take the burden and the president is taking it with stride. That's what he was elected to do, to stabilize the country. I remember the first time I actually spoke with the president one-on-one, and I've always said it here. He said, Fadika, I want to rescue this country and turn it to a responsible, turn it in the hand of a responsible person. I don't think he's going to build a beautiful city like Dubai, and I think he's going to stabilize this country. And to stabilize this country, it requires a lot of work. And I believe that with the team that he has cultivated, we're going to meet up with those benchmark. Thanks for the show. Great panelists. Look forward to being here tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. Always good having you. Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. It is a good show tonight. As we always, I don't know how I come back. I don't want to say anything about you. As you know, as we always, said, we are here to provide the information available to us, to the Liberian people. I actually honestly believe that the President Bouaka has a good intention, like every Liberian, to uplift his country, move his country to a higher height, and reduce poverty. Liberians are suffering. But there are different ways people do things. There are different approaches people take to accomplish certain goals, and everyone has a different priority into achieving what they want to do. On the minimum average, the president has taken about 9 trips out of Liberia. If he were carrying only 20 persons on that 9 trip, and everybody on the 9 trip were carrying $3,000, on the 9th trip, the president will have used $540,000. I'm just making numbers up, but we all know that it's probably more than that. What can $540,000 do in Liberia? At this moment that the country is bleeding, 540,000 would do a lot. And don't get me wrong, I understand the president's the validity, the importance of the president on trips. But there are just some trips that the president doesn't need to take. The president has a foreign minister and a core of ministers whose primary responsibility is to advise him on these issues. You're going to a WFP meeting in Rome. Those are statutory meetings that will happen, right? The president needs to be on some meeting like the UNGA where he went and spoke. But does he have to be at every other country out of trip for the justification that he's going to look for money? Even if he's going, does he have to carry 20, 30, sometimes 40, sometimes 50 presidents on the trip? It defeats the purpose of justification that you're going to look for money to come back to help a bleeding country. Telephone calls, sending some reputable, respectable people that are already in the diaspora to accompany this trip. There are many ways, and somebody will make the argument that it's good to put some of these statutory ministers on committees. The reason why that idea makes sense is such that government don't need to give them any money anymore. But if you're making a fundraising committee and you're taking the deputy minister and the minister from this place and putting them on a fundraising committee, then you got to give them money to go to raise funds. Then why couldn't you just take somebody from in the community who is now already a deputy minister to give them that responsibility to make it their full business to raise funds? So all I'm saying is that we need to rethink the way Liberia has been run to move to a new height. We cannot continue to use the same old method to move the country to a new dispensation. It's going to be difficult for us. It's going to be really difficult for us to raise money when we are spending more than the money that we are raising. In fundraising, you want to spend minimum money to raise more. That way you take out the cost and then still get additional money to do what you wanted to do. So it is always our appeal to the Liberian people to not look at this thing as, really talking back to the president. The president is overwhelmed. He has a lot of things taking over a country like Liberia that every part of the country right now is a priority. We as Liberians need to provide every support we can to make sure the government and the president succeed. But the president too needs to put some things into doing, like those things that he has direct responsibility on. And some of it will be to appoint people and to dismiss people, especially those who are not in the interest of making sure he achieves this agenda. The arrest agenda is the #1 priority of the president. But on the agenda, look at the agriculture budget. If I'm sitting as a minister of state in different country and the president Bouaka comes to me to tell me my priority is agriculture, then I ask him, what's your budget allocation to that? And he tells me 17 or 14 or 10 million. I would think he's joking. Because your #1 priority item should always be as what you are. Find money from somewhere to put. So I think that these people, the group of people advising the president, should begin to put some things on paper, not just talk all the time in his ear. And finally, Stanton, listen, I am a LANU executive committee member. I've run 2 times on LANU, the Liberian National Union, and I support Dr. Clarence Moniba for becoming president of Liberia. I know what this gentleman stands for. I know what he's capable of doing in his young age. So many things he has accomplished in the several governments that he has worked with and what he has contributed to Liberia. So when we sit on this podium and make it look that because I affiliated with CDC means that I'm a CDC undercover, I have the rights as a Liberian to affiliate with any political institution in the country, whether you like it or not. And I personally did not endorse President Baka in the second term. I calculatively decided that President Baka is a good man, but he's 80 years old, Stanton. How many 80-year-old people you know can really change things in a failed country like Liberia where everybody's trying to steal? That's why I did not support him, because I knew that there would be people under him, undermining whatever he's planning to do. He's tired by 7 o'clock. By the time he go to bed, people start taking a signature and writing things. He appointed a list of people. I know up to now, Glenn, people who the president appointed have not taken office, and people stop them from taking office. How will you do that in a country of a functional system? So when we talk these things, we don't hate the president. And to dispute your fallacy about I was sitting at Enfield and never told Georgia to take a drug test. When you take drug tests, you look at certain substances performing or introduced in the blood. And you got to set the parameter because the body normally, naturally provides some of those substances. So like alcohol, you got to set a limit to which the alcohol will be in the blood before you know that it's a violation, because the body produces alcohol. So when you just go do drug tests and you don't tell us what substance we are looking for and at what level we are looking for, then you did not set a parameter to distinguish or to be able to establish whether the test you are taking, you are failing it or you are within it. So when I spoke to that, that's what I was speaking to. So
thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Uncle Sam, guys, Uncle Sam got to close.
So good night.
But Uncle Sam,
Uncle Sam, I'm not close yet. Let me make a quick correction, Paul. The trip to Rome is just 15 folks going with 15, including the president, just 15. So I think if the president, everybody, these numbers are reducing every day. I read the names, just 15, including the president, so you got 14. Excluding the speaker, you got 13, right? The director, the security tutor, just 15. And let me just also add, Paul, and I know Uncle Sam come to help you. I beg you, Glennie, and Dr. Rich is here. It's important to say, you can go around on this thing. You guys was very, very unfair to George Weah. He appointed you at Enfield. He appointed our sister as DG for Enfield. He appointed the health minister, Dr. Jada. Now one day, any of you guys look in the president's face. Mr. President, I think you need to take drugs tests. Because you know, and I think you need to take drinking tests, liquor tests, alcohol tests. You couldn't. Because you know very well, George Madden Weah used to smoke the opinion. He used to drink the liquor, the Hennessy XO. So he was going to fall flat. And you want to come here and lecture us about the first existing things in history for Joseph Yima Bwako to say, yes, my arm tested for drugs, and I'm instructing everyone working in my government should be tested. You, Paul Kennedy, you travel with Enfield. You built a system from the airport. You were collecting free money for COVID people that were traveling. What you did with that money, only God knows. The president was at Jamaica smoking weed and drinking alcohol like crazy. You couldn't tell him, Mr. President, take drugs test. And you want us to listen to you about Joseph Yima Barker implementing the taking of drugs test. Boy, have a good night. Uncle Sam, talk to us.
Please give me 30 minutes.
No, Uncle Sam, talk to us. No, you finish. Uncle Sam. No, we'll come back to you. We will come back. We'll come back to you. We'll come back after Uncle Sam. We'll come back to you. After Uncle Sam, we'll come back to you.
My position is not an appointed position. You made several policies that I have to
yeah, but we'll come back to you.
Please let me clarify. Because you using the medium.
And Paul, you are not accurate about Jan being a drug test either. You are not accurate.
We'll come back to the man, Glennie. Now, one day you look at your man, you went there, you drank with him, you smoked cigar with him. Then you can't talk Tabata and tell about taking drugs tests. You better stop this thing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after all the extraneous and tabata and all that stuff, I want us to come back to the realm of reality. The reality. It's not about Sam Jackson eating sack, Sam Jackson doing this, Sam Jackson doing that. And I'm not going to be diverted because you put a sack in my mouth. President Joseph Yima Boyka. President Joseph Yima Boyka. I mean, when you stop laughing, I will talk.
Go ahead, Uncle Sir. Uncle Sir, go ahead.
Something wrong with Stanton.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a caricature. I'm used to it. This is a deflectory tactics. This is what they use all the time to divert me from a powerful cerebrum medulla oblongata. So let me just speak it to you again. Look, President Joseph Yima Boyka was elected because the Liberian people said he had 50 years in government, lots of experience, with 12 years as vice president. The vice presidency is to understudy the president. And one of the most powerful presidents in Liberian history, and especially in the post-war, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So after understudying President Sirleaf for 12 years, ascending to the presidency, there should be, and I'm looking straight at Jackie's face, there should be a system of thought, and he should know exactly how he wants to proceed to deliver this country from the throes of poverty, ignorance, disease, and others. He should know that. He should know how to run a government. He should know how to set up a team. He should have a clear idea who the team members will be, their credentials, their abilities, and we should see rapid success in many, many areas. Nobody expects Liberia to be like Monaco or Miami, but Liberia should be on a path to development, because President Joseph Yima Boyka was sold as the man with experience and 12 years of experience. He claimed he was a parked car. I don't know whether that car was a Doisette or whether it was a Maserati, but it was a parked car. And if you claim that you were a parked car and you are now beginning to run this nation, you should be accelerating. It shouldn't take you 5 months to make a questionnaire decision on the most important public health problem in the country, drug addiction, dysfunction. 5 months? A simple questionnaire decision. A simple questionnaire decision will take you 5 months. And all of the things you said that were writing about the George Weah administration, including METEC, including CTN, including harmonization, including the payment of wire fees, free public tertiary education, all of those things, all of those great ideas, that it should be imbued in you as a man with 50 years of experience. You should come out with what we call maybe executive orders, policy prescriptions, and people should see the direction, the clear direction. People express frustration on Spoon every night, including my colleagues who supported him. Because guess what? They're frustrated. They're angry. There's no direction that they see. And if you are close to them, and if you talk to them in the middle of the night, they will express their frustrations to you. But they are ashamed, very ashamed, to publicly acknowledge that what they voted for, who they voted for, the man that they thought was going to be the man to deliver Liberia to the promised land, is not the person they voted for.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. We gotta go home. 30 seconds.
I know how to deal with women like you.
30 seconds. You be talking for 5 minutes. You deal with who? You 30 seconds. You want a 30 second, or would you give it to Paul? Because we're leaving.
So you want to be aggressive to me? You want to,
Uncle Sam, 30 seconds. Do your closing. Finish up.
You are obstructing me. I will take another minute and a half.
Nelson, please come on. We gotta go.
So, my fellow Liberians, the shame, the war me has enveloped their brains.
Thank you.
They don't know what to do. They have become sorrowful people.
Sam.
Thank you very much.
Sam, one second.
The show we finished now.
I know it's finished. You said JMB is a park car. George Weah was a broken down car without an engine in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, they never allow me to
take it over. Take it over.
Good show today. Thank you.
Good show.
Thank you, Liberian people, for listening.
Take it over. Bye.
Hi, Nelson.
The power of my voice.
Sam, eat your sock. Eat your sock, Sam.
Yeah, I will eat my socks, yeah. So they try to divert. They play all these things here. So I cannot get to the Liberian people, but the Liberian people understand where we are.
Uncle said the Liberian people say
elected a man who is clueless about running this country. On that note,
Liberian people say,
but you just called JMB a patriot and the best leader. It's on your Facebook page.
He's a patriot. It's a decent
and the best leader. It's on your Facebook page.
I never said the best leader. Hell
and you said you had a tear-jerking movement because
when he was speaking, I was carried away.
You carried away because you know he's way better than we are. He will beat we are every single day for the next 6 years as president. When I said beat we are, he's going to do better.
Listen to me. Passionate speaking does not transform a country. Words do not transform a country.
His actions are showing there's no comparison between we are and JMB. You know that.
I agree.
JMB has done more in 9 months than we has done in 6 years. Than we are did in 6 years.
The election is over. The election is over. And the president is supposed to be in charge. I will not eat my socks. I will basically be there to remind you all of the mistakes that were made.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam.
God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Well, I think that's how I would like to end up tonight. Thanks to everyone for being here with us on another edition of the program Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news. This is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. This is where you get to interact with the policymakers. This is where you should be every single day to know what's happening across the country and to engage with the policymakers, to express yourselves on the trending national issues every single day. And we want to say thanks to everyone across the world. Thanks to the folks who have been following online on radio, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program. Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bon County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Sekle P in Nimba County, Gibi FM in Kakatamar, Gibi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country for always relaying the program. We appreciate you. And thanks to our online audience, all of the folks following us across the internet. tonight and always on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Our YouTube audience on Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate everyone for being here tonight. My name is Nelson Colette, and I want to bid you farewell. Have a good night. Thanks to everyone for joining us. Those of you actively engaging in the comment section. I see Mr. Philip Bala. I see Ella Coley. I see Robert. I see Okak. That's Otaka Kahu. I see Adam Jaliba. I see Jackson, Berners David, Jackie C. Kuda Williams, Lavette Bundo. I see yes, everyone here tonight. Thanks for joining us. John Billite, Moses Colley, yes, George Sumo. I see all of you here tonight. Thanks for joining us. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. The late night politics come up very shortly. We're going to be here in just a few minutes from now. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.